Hi, I'm Nick Longmire from the Quad Cities River Bandits, and you can catch Major League action this Saturday right here on your station, Fox 18.
Hi,
Say hi.
Major League Baseball Productions presents This Week in Baseball, your inside access to the game.
Oh, my God. This one is
over. It's Father's Day weekend, and in just a bit, we're going to bring you the story of a father and son who lend a new perspective to the legendary called shot by the Babe in the fall of 1932. But first, a more current Yankee tale, one that focuses on the man who calls the shots for the team today, manager Joe Girardi. Girardi was a key part of the Yankees' championship run in the late 90s. And although his view of the game has gone from backstop to dugout, his determination to win remains the same.
He was a part of one of the greatest dynasties in Yankee history and maybe even sports history.
the New York Yankees, world champions, team of the decade.
And now as a manager, I think he had a great start in 2009.
The Yankees are back on top, world champions for the 27th time.
But just like all of us here, Joe isn't satisfied with one World Series ring as a manager.
It'll go, Swish. It'll go, Swish.
If the catcher sets up this way, chances are he can't throw behind you. If you go hard to second, then you got a chance to go to third.
Joe's devotion to the Yankee family is unquestioned. But there's still another family to which he holds an even greater bond.
Serena, are you getting warmed up to do some back handsprings?
My oldest daughter, Serena, she was actually born in New York in 1999, right before we went to the World Series, and so she's a New Yorker through and through.
You did it! No spotter! What are you smiling about?
Dante loves sports.
Ready, D?
He loves that his dad manages and is involved in baseball. He gets to come and take batting practice and be on the field.
Uh-oh, it's got a shot, Dante.
My 4-year-old is the tomboy, Lena, so she's just kind of getting into it.
All right, watch this. Ready? Here we go. All right.
The Girardis are obviously a close-knit, loving family. So it's tough on the kids when Joe goes on the road.
They all really miss Joe when he's gone, though. It's hard because when Joe's home, he's very much home. We do a ton of stuff as a family. But I'd say overall, they really love that he manages.
Joe also manages to keep in touch with his wife and children wherever the Yankees go.
Hello? Good morning. How is everyone doing? Is everyone in the car? Thank you, guys. All right, well, make sure you do a good job at school today. Love you. Bye-bye. My wife and my kids actually love the game. And they love what I do. And that's a discussion that we have. So from that standpoint, I'm truly blessed.
Joe Girardi has one of the finest jobs in all of baseball. But like any father, it's the time he spends with his wife and kids he relishes the most.
Joe off the field is one of the nicest people that I've ever met. The love that he shows for his family, his wife, his 3 children, off the charts.
He got it!
Those 3 hours that he's managing a Major League game, it's all about winning.
Yankees win!
And the rest of the time, it's all about his family and his kids.
On this one you hit, I want to see you run the bases.
Fun to see a guy who's had this much success on the field be able to separate that, leave it at the stadium, and take care of his family and be a great father and a husband.
You have to keep balance in your life, and it's extremely important to me. And without my wife, Kim, and my kids, I don't think I'd be able to do it.
This Week in Baseball is brought to you by Pepsi Max.
0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste.
Tommy, T-H-O.
CC, glad you made it.
Ricky wins again.
Oh, what is this place?
Iowa. Only with maximum Pepsi taste and 0 calories.
Whoa.
I love it when he does that.
Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
Now we're hitting the road with the Pro Glide Challenge. Yo, my friend, come on down here. What do you think about that Pro Glide?
Yeah, this is great.
Feels good on my sensitive skin.
I don't feel like I'm shaving.
Fusion Pro Glide is engineered with Gillette's thinnest blades ever.
It feels like it's doing the work for me.
So it glides for less tug and pull. It was smooth.
This was fantastic.
I'm having way too much fun with this razor.
Turn shaving into gliding with Fusion Pro Glide.
I'm a believer.
He's a believer! Yeah! Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. We are at the dawn of a new civilization. Welcome to Terra Nova.
This fall, mankind will start over, one family at a time.
My children deserve a chance to be part of something real.
This guy's insane. This whole place is.
Terra Nova premieres this fall on Fox.
As fans stream into ballparks on this Father's Day weekend, there's always the chance they might witness the kind of magical moment that took place almost 80 years ago.
The called shot is the great controversy in baseball, and Babe Ruth is one of our great mythical figures because he understood who he was. He subscribed to the myth. He signed on for it after it happened.
I will say that I've had thrills before. Something like hitting a home run in Chicago that time. The Lord was with me when I called the shot.
It was the 5th inning of Game 3 of the 1932 World Series.
Count goes to 2-2 eventually, and at that point, Ruth raises his hand and points.
So we know that he pointed. What we don't know is what he's pointing at. But the fact is that after he points, he hits the next pitch, the longest home run in the history of Wrigley Field to this day.
Well, who would have a better take on the event than someone who had one of the best views of the moment as it unfolded? For he was sitting next to his uncle, baseball's first commissioner, Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
After nearly 80 years, I can still remember very clearly what took place. I had the best seat in the house. I was next to the Cubs dugout, looking at home plate and face-to-face for left-handed batters.
Well, after this one particular time when I went to bat,
What was striking to me was the fact that the fans were razzing Babe Ruth as he came to the plate.
So the boys over there would give me this on you.
The back and forth between Ruth and the Cubs players and fans grew in pitch with each pitch and reached a crescendo when Ruth got 2 strikes on him.
Before occupying the batter's box for the next pitch, he pointed up in the air towards center field.
And I looked down at center field and I poured it.
Wow. He was telling the fans he was going to knock a homer out to center field.
I said, I'm going to hit the next pitch ball right past the flagpole. Well, the good Lord must have been.
The fans went crazy. The reason why I remember it and why those Chicago fans were impressed was because he called his shot. This particular event was burned in my mind.
And yet somehow the called shot has endured through baseball history as something many consider a mythic event.
I realized that there was some controversy about this. Well, what nonsense, what foolishness. I knew better.
Seeking to verify his story, Lincoln turned to his son Tim for help.
Well, I had grown up hearing my dad talk about his memories of the 3rd game of the 32 World Series. So, I mean, I'm as familiar with the story as anybody. My dad mentioned to me that he thought that there might be a photograph of Judge Landis taken at the 32 World Series, and if it were possibly from the correct game and taken from the correct angle, that my dad, as a young boy, might be visible in the photograph.
It took some time, but Tim eventually secured an old photo from Game 3, one that featured a familiar face.
And sure enough, it was Judge Landis in his box, and it was taken from the judge's right, and to his left, you could see a small boy sitting there. I realized, of course, it had to be him. That certainly was the biggest thrill that I've ever gotten.
I was thrilled to see this picture of me and my uncle. I could not believe that I was holding this picture in my hand.
It was just such an incredible connection with my dad and with my great uncle and with the past. Also, it was just such a great proof of what my dad had been saying all these years.
Were this a courtroom, Lincoln would be sworn in as a primary witness, and his firsthand account only adds to the intrigue of an epic moment that will forever live on in our baseball consciousness. And now, here's trivia. Joe Girardi was behind the plate for David Cohn's perfect game in 1999. We asked Roberto Alomar if he knew who holds the record for catching the most no-hitters. Is it Jeff Torborg, Jason Varitek, Charles Johnson, or Roy Campanella? Roberto?
Charles Johnson.
No, it was actually Jason Varitek, who caught 4 of them and still has the chance for more. Next up, Holiday Inn presents Winning Road Trips, where we salute the teams and players that come up big away from home.
And line caught by Cedeno. Raised the Jolly Roger in Houston.
By winning their 8th road series of the year this week, the Pittsburgh Pirates already have more road wins than they had all of last season.
The Bucks shut down the Astros, and the pitching continues to shine.
Movie producer Laura Ziskin passed away this week at the age of 61. Through her tireless efforts, Laura helped found and promote Stand Up to Cancer and touched the hearts of so many in the Major League Baseball family.
I like your messy hair. I like the clothes you wear. I like the way you sing. And when you dance with me, you always make.
We believe you're at your best when you can relax and be yourself. And at thousands of newly refreshed Holiday Inn hotels, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you. And now stay rewarded with vacation pay. Stay 2 weekend nights and get a $75 prepaid card.
There are some baseball moments you just never forget.
We have a big 3-2 pitch coming here. Swings and a fly ball to deep right field. This is going to be a home run.
Chevrolet is proud to be the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and equally proud to support these great baseball moments and the ones still to come.
Bro, where's your car?
It's okay. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, hey, Jake.
My car got jacked.
I got it.
Ladies, guess you're walking. You got those figures for me yet?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there with an intern. Nice work.
Casual Wednesdays!
Oh, what?
State Farm agents are there when you need them.
The throw home. Safe.
And the Red Sox win it.
Back. That ball is gone.
Can you imagine the game played on anything less than the most beautiful grass you've ever seen?
That's your ball game.
Neither can we. Scott's, official lawn care company of Major League Baseball.
A-Rod and the Yankees battle the Cubs. Fox Saturday Baseball. Telecast presented by Sprint today.
We now return to Twib, where this week on Pepsi Max Presents, we're once again off to the MLB Fan Cave, a high-tech, interactive hardball haven. Home to resident caveman Mike O'Hara, also known as Mikey O.
What am I most enthusiastic about these days? Baseball!
And Ryan Thickish Wagner, his wingman and new best friend.
I love you.
Okay. I love you too.
Together, they've watched every MLB game this year, more than 1,000 and counting. In addition, more than 70 celebrities and big league players have stopped by the cave to visit.
That's how I roll.
From the lovely Miss USA to a home run champion with some serious acting chops.
I'm Jose Bautista. You guys can call me Joey Bat.
Just recently, a bullpen legend turned up.
Saves leader in Major League Baseball history.
Saves are obviously Hoffman's specialty. And just because he's retired now doesn't mean he's lost his touch when it comes to saving the day.
So Mariano Rivera is like nipping at your heels on the saves record. I mean, are you frustrated that he's out there recording saves and you're retired?
Nah, I'm not playing baseball anymore, but I'm still making saves. Hey, Mikey, be careful, man. Oh, bus.
Oh, Trev, you just saved my life. You enjoying your time in New York?
Yeah, it's been a good time. I like the city. Hang on a second. Good, babe.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hoffman.
That's what I do. Hey, careful, Mike.
Oh, you did it again.
That's save number 604. Yeah, buddy.
All right. Nice, Trevor.
Hey, hang on a sec, Mike. I got a couple coupons that'll help us save some stuff here.
Saved me like $5.
Let's see Mariano do that.
Gillette now presents the Rookie of the Month, honoring the league's top rookies throughout the season. It was indeed a 2 for Tuesday in Philadelphia, as Dominic Brown went deep twice.
That is a long second deck home run for Dominic Brown.
That guy got a souvenir out there. He didn't expect to have one on that second deck, I don't think. It's got to make Dominic Brown feel good.
This Week in Baseball is brought to you by Pepsi Max.
0 calories. Maximum Pepsi taste.
Great save, kid. You deserve this.
Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
Sander? Gotta be kidding.
Waldo. Oye, el autobús está esperando, nos tenemos que ir. Dame un minuto, Dela. Un minuto. So you have any more in the bag?
Ubaldo Jimenez, the epic name behind an epic breakout year.
I am a rad dad.
Spin Fox Father's Day Sunday with animation domination. Because we've got the most animated dads on TV.
Oh, my son's first stroke.
Just be glad they're not your dad.
Oh, my God. Did you do this?
It all starts at 7, 6 Central, Fox Father's Day Sunday.
On the next Nate Berkus Show, never pay full price ever again.
That's crazy talk.
Then get dinner on the table for less than $10. Easy recipes from start to finish.
Monday at 4 on Fox 18.
On the next 2.5 Men,
You got new people.
Mom adopts another 2.5 Men.
Don't feel bad. I bet he can't burp the alphabet.
On 2.5 Men.
Monday at 6 on Fox 18.
To play baseball right, you've got to execute the fundamentals of the game.
Fundamentals, youngsters. Keep working at it.
And who better to learn from than the experts at MLB Network with this week's Diamond Demo. What should pitchers and infielders be thinking about when making a play at second? Al Leiter and Ron Gant have some answers.
For every pitcher, you want to know who's covering second base. Oh, dropped at second. Everybody's safe. How many times? About 90% of the time, a shortstop would cover that. Why would that be, Ronnie? Well, it's an easier throw for the shortstop.
He goes to second one. It's a double play.
The shortstop has everything in front of him. His momentum is going towards the first base bag, so it's an easier throw, easier play for the shortstop.
It's a perfect throw and rack him up. Yes.
As a second baseman, you can come straight across, which means the runner would have to make up his mind in a split decision to try to come in.
Daddy, that was gorgeous!
Those guys need to know who's covering there. Again, most of the time it's the shortstop.
Every year on Father's Day, we give thanks to Dad for all he's done for us. But there's a nonprofit organization in Wisconsin called the Milwaukee Fatherhood Initiative that celebrates Father's Day all year round.
What we try to do is celebrate, recognize, honor the important role that fathers play in our community and bringing that all home in an effort to strengthen the family.
Earlier this season, the Fatherhood Initiative teamed up with the Brewers to take a group of about 50 fathers and their children to St. Louis, where they got a chance to meet and interact with some of their favorite players.
Nice to see you again. Nice to see you.
There, the players shared their own stories about father figures in their lives.
You know, my grandfather was a major part of my life. I didn't grow up with my father, but my grandfather showed me how to be a man.
The best thing that I've always thought about my dad is that he spent time with me, and that's the number one thing. And so I hope the kids here really understand that you got a great dad. You really do.
And the cherry on top was a trip to Busch Stadium to watch a Cardinals-Brewers game.
In the air out to deep right center field. Berkman back, can't get it. 2 runs were scored. Gomez is flying around the bases.
What's really, really cool about it is these are men who understand that the children in here need positive male role models in their lives.
When you see fathers step up and demonstrate that warmth and love and commitment for their children, it's heartwarming. And we know that if you can have fathers involved in their children's lives, that the children will do better.
It's just a small slice of life. A baseball game with Dad.
Back to Axford, and Milwaukee takes game 2, 4-0.
But the relationship that grows stronger makes it so much more than that.
This is our date, isn't it?
Yeah, this is actually our date. Father-daughter date.
For the kids, it's an experience they'll remember forever. As to who had more fun, well, that's open to debate.
This is phenomenal. If they do this every year and, to have somebody else have the same experience I'm having this year, I don't know. Words probably couldn't describe it.
Yeah! I love it. Did you feel that breeze?
The Brewers went all out, and so can you for your community. Get your local ballpark chosen to receive a big league makeover, equipment packages, and instructional clinics by logging on to ChevyBaseball.com. Chevy and Scott's, building diamonds and dreams.
This one's gonna do it. She is out of here.
Our State Farm Big League Blast this week zeroes in on Adam Lind, who powered the Blue Jays to victory.
Get out of here. High, deep, and far. Game winner, Adam Lind. Walk-off home run in the 11th.
And it was a no doubt about it.
The Blue Jays a perfect 6-0 at home.
This Week in Baseball is brought to you by Pepsi Max.
0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste.
Tommy, T-H-O.
CC, glad you made it.
Ricky wins again.
Oh, what is this place?
Iowa, only with maximum Pepsi taste and 0 calories.
Whoa.
I love it when he does that.
Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
Now we're hitting the road with the Pro Glide Challenge.
Yo, my friend, come on down here. What do you think about that Pro Glide?
Yeah, this is great.
Feels good on my sensitive skin.
I don't feel like I'm shaving.
Fusion Pro Glide is engineered with Gillette's thinnest blades ever.
It feels like it's doing the work for me.
So it glides for less tug and pull. It was smooth.
This was fantastic.
I'm having way too much fun with this razor.
Turn shaving into gliding with Fusion Pro Glide.
I'm a believer.
He is a believer! Yeah! Gillette Fusion Pro Glide.
Have you tried one of these? It is so good.
Man, I can't believe we haven't done this before. Oh, wow, look at that.
Bite.
You're aging. Do the jingle. Do the jingle.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, guys.
Do it again. Do it again.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. In my office.
State Farm.
I think we're good.
State Farm agents are there when you need them.
Are you a young person on the brink of responsibility? Then take advantage of Taco Bell's Spend Less Summer. Soon, your days will be spent basking in the beauty of the great indoors. Now, your only job is to get out and enjoy summer. Doesn't pay much. Who cares? Because this week, Crunchwrap Supremes are just 99 cents. I'm stuck. I know you are, Carl. I know you are. Spend less this summer on 99-cent Crunchwrap Supremes at Taco Bell. This week only.
Summer's biggest night begins with a world premiere preview of Simon Cowell's The X Factor. Then, baseball's greatest stars take center stage. The All-Star Game, July 12th, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Fox.
And now, Taco Bell presents How About That? Set to the song Something to Be Proud of by Montgomery Gentry.
Your dad let you get mic'd up?
It's for this Father's Day thing.
There's a story that my daddy tells.
This is a home run, number 21 for Jose Bautista.
Throws with the bare hand and got him. Oh, my.
It's kind of like being in the real world.
Still carrying it in.
Cruz makes the catch.
Roll my eyes and make a beeline for the
Did he get it? Yes, he did.
Michaels lays out, rolls over, and hangs on.
I thought he was going to miss that. Man, the things I heard.
A lot of Cub fans in attendance. And that's, what a sensational catch. One of the best catches you'll see all year long.
Oh, yeah. We'd always stop right there and say,
That's something to be proud of.
Goodbye, home run.
Center field, dropped.
Come on, ball dad.
Just stuck out like a small town flag.
man, I thought that was your ball.
Or you.
Cubs win. Starlin Castro does it.
That you love. That's something to be proud of.
Back to the wall and caught. To the wall it goes. And Jackson with a leaping catch.
I was asleep.
That's something to be proud of.
Justin Verlander with a two-hit shutout.
Tear fall down. Guts up here.
That one's drilled deep to right. There it goes. See ya.
He looked just like Dennis the Menace.
Get out of here. High, deep, and far. Game winner, Adam Lynn.
Drives one toward again in right center field. Here comes Victor. Look at him send him around third. He's going to try and score. Yes, Santiago does it. Wow.
How about that?
This Week in Baseball has been sponsored by Pepsi Max, by Chevy, Gillette, Holiday Inn, Scott's, State Farm, and by Taco Bell. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. For This Week in Baseball, I'm Buzz Brainerd. So long, everybody.
It's an interleague event that can't be missed. A-Rod leads the Bronx Bombers into Wrigley Field for a showdown with the Cubs. Fox Saturday Baseball. Telecast presented by Sprint. Today.
The new Droid X2 by Motorola with a dual-core processor. I could do everything faster. It's a shame Mackenzie's too young to buy me one for Father's Day. We play games on it together, listen to music, watch movies. She'd want me to have one. And what kind of father would I be to get in her way? I'll just sign her name on the card.
Give Dad a gift he'd give himself, like the new, more powerful than ever Droid X2 or the Droid Pro for $99.99, and get unlimited data for just $29.99. Verizon.
At home with Ross and Matt Kenseth.
So, Ross, what'd you get me for Father's Day? You'll have to wait and see.
Ross Kenseth knows that Farm & Fleet is the place to shop for great Father's Day gifts, like a 2-ton floor jack from Laren, $15.99. This Teskey 5x8-foot utility trailer is $679.99. And Starfire all-season radials are priced from $84.99.
Here, get this for your dad. He's going to love it.
Help Ross choose a gift for his dad at farmandfleet.com/dad.
Get
huge savings on quality pre-owned during the Cost Crusher sale.
Our low prices just got lower. 2010 Fusion, $17,480. 08 Focus, $11,730. 06 PT Cruiser, $99.80. 08 Jeep Commander, $24.70. 01 Escape, $79.40. 05 F350, $28,560. Pre-owned rates from 1.9% APR. 6-year or 100,000-mile warranties.
Save thousands on pre-owned during the Cost Crusher sale at Reynolds Ford.
The MLB All-Star Game, the World Series, the Pac-12 Championship, the Big Ten Championship, the NFC Playoffs, the Daytona 500, and the UEFA Champions League Final. The world's biggest events are on Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports!
Interleague play is back today on Fox Saturday Baseball.
Can't you see I'm waiting long enough? Where do I begin? Hit it hard, hit it far, hail the sky. I swing a fly, come away. Can't you see I'm waiting long enough? No, he scored! Another one for Nelly Cruz. And drills it way out of here.
Welcome to the Sprint pregame show on Fox. Sprint, all together now. For just the second time since the 1938 World Series, the New York Yankees visit the north side of Chicago. Two of the most popular teams in the game are ready to go at it this Father's Day weekend. A pair of power-hitting outfielders will be on display. Curtis Granderson's 21 homers. They are tied for the Major League lead, while Alfonso Soriano leads the Cubs with 13. Remember, he was once a 30-30 man as a second baseman for the Yanks. And yes, the bleachers have been packed for well over an hour now. That's what happens when the Bronx Bombers drop in on the north side. And with that, we welcome you to another live edition of Fox Saturday Baseball. When we were here 5 weeks ago, live from Wrigley Field, the ivy back there, it was actually brown. It has now grown into a very nice color of Augusta green. And in just a few minutes, most of you are going to stay right here to see if the Cubs can make it 2 straight wins over the New York Yankees. The rest we're going to send down to the deep south to see a pair of all-stars go swing for swing. The reigning AL MVP, Josh Hamilton, homered last night to give Texas the series opener. He'll face last year's All-Star Game MVP, Brian McCann, and the Atlanta Braves. Back here in Chicago, Ryan Dempster's actually going to be on the bump for the Chicago Cubs. And I got to be honest with you, he's one of the most fun-loving and entertaining guys in professional baseball, but he also has a serious side, and that will be on display when he takes the hill against the New York Yankees, and also tomorrow when he makes Father's Day a little easier for families of soldiers. You see, 5 years ago, Dempster started giving away tickets to families whose fathers are currently serving overseas. So tomorrow, you'll see even more red, white, and blue than normal at Wrigley Field.
My wife came up with the idea one day of giving tickets on Father's Day to families of the troops. It's a chance for them to kind of come somewhere on a day which is probably really, really tough when they don't have their dad there, and then come to the ballpark for a few hours and just have some smiles and enjoy that day. And it's been a huge success, and the appreciation we've got back in return, it's been overwhelming. You know, some of the gifts we've received back is obviously not why you do it, but it's something to go to your mailbox and there's a flag folded up from a father who said, "Thank you for having my wife and my kids out to the field on Father's Day when I couldn't be with them." Like, if that's not a special moment, I don't know what is.
Through their family foundation, the Dempsters will play host to 50 family members of servicemen tomorrow here at Wrigley. A job well done by the entire Dempster family. And now for more news on another Chicago Cubs starter, this time Carlos Zambrano. We welcome in Ken Rosenthal from FoxSports.com. And Kenny, you actually broke a story about Big Z. He could be on the move?
Well, Chris, he's willing to go, and that's the first step. He would waive his no-trade clause if the Cubs asked him. The question is, will anyone be interested? Big Z making almost $18 million this year, $18 million next year. Mediocre results this season, declining velocity, and also that temperament, that volatile personality might turn some teams off.
In the meantime, Jose Reyes, he leads the National League in batting. He's going to be one of the most sought-after free agents. He could be on the move, but we're not talking necessarily from the New York Mets.
Right, Chris. He has been talking to agent Scott Boras about becoming his representative, Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to switch agents. In fact, he probably will not. But if he did, the Mets' chances of re-signing Reyes would be greatly reduced because, as we all know, when Boris has a client, he takes him to the open market and he looks for whatever he can get.
Could you imagine Scott Boras, Jose Reyes, and Prince Fielder next offseason, right?
It's a pretty good combination.
That's not a bad 1-2 punch. You're talking speed and power. If you want to go shopping, that's a GM's dream right there. All right, Kenny, you're going to be over on the Cubs sideline later today. I will be with the New York Yankees. And, of course, I'll be bringing you scores and highlights of every game from around the world of baseball that is happening. But coming up next, we're going to get you out to your respective games. So that means that some of you will stay here on the north side as the Yankees swing for the fences here at Wrigley Field against the Chicago Cubs. The rest of you see Josh Hamilton, Nelly Cruz, and the rest of the Rangers take their cuts against the Atlanta Braves. We'll send you to your game next on Fox.
You're watching Major League Baseball on Fox.
If you're looking for a pickup truck, check out the miles per gallon, the length of the powertrain warranty, and the horsepower. Only Ram delivers this kind of muscle. That'll thin out the herd real quick.
Get 0% APR or up to $6,500 in total values on Ram 1500 Crew Cab Bighorn with Ram Box.
Ram.
Citizens of 2149, we destroyed our home. The world you left behind fell victim to greed, war. We have been entrusted with a second chance to get it right.
We did the right thing, didn't we? Coming here.
Welcome to Terra Nova.
We're starting over. It's a family.
Get down!
Terra Nova, coming this fall to Fox 18.
Welcome to paradise.
Come on!
What a ballpark and what a day. It is beautiful in Wrigleyville, and what a matchup for you today on the Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week, the Yankees and the Cubs. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. Tim McCarver is coming right up. The Cubs are proving that this is a crazy game. They had a 2-8 road trip. They've beaten the Brewers on this homestand. They beat the Yankees yesterday. And Tim McCarver, the atmosphere on Friday afternoon here yesterday was absolutely electric.
Joe, I've been coming to this ballpark since 1959, and I have rarely seen the energy generated over the last 2 days with the Yankees in town.
So the Cubs win yesterday. Now, so much has been made about their injury situation. You can look at the Yankees. They've been through a lot injury-wise. Joe Girardi's done a great job.
I think he's done his best job as a major league manager. After all, they started the season off missing Andy Pettitte. He retired. They've had 4 pitchers on the DL, and now Derek Jeter. Girardi has not done any better job in the big leagues.
We get ready with 2 historic franchises going at it here today. The Yankees and the Cubs at historic Wrigley Field. And it's yours next on Fox.
Professionals need to perform under pressure. And pressure can cause anyone's deodorant to fail. Introducing Gillette Odor Shield Antiperspirant. Unlike regular deodorants, it targets and neutralizes odor at the source. Help eliminate odor. Don't just cover it up. Gillette Odor Shield Antiperspirant. Also try Odor Shield technology in new body wash.
Hey, Nolan Ryan.
How you doing?
Good. You need some help on your lawn project?
It needs some big league help.
Scotts is the official lawn care company of Major League Baseball. And here at Lowe's, we can show you how to get winning results at home.
I played on a lot of great fields in my day, and I want that same big league look for my lawn.
Excuse me, can I have your autograph, please?
Sure, what's your name?
Actually, his autograph, if you don't mind.
Visit your local Lowe's to cast your MLB All-Star ballot and enter to win a trip to the All-Star Game. Compliments of Scotts.
Go easy on him. He's a legend.
Introducing the ultimate business phone, the Motorola Expert from Sprint. Its powerful tools help you work faster and smarter so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It lets you access business forms on the go, fire off emails with the QWERTY keypad, and work securely around the world so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It's the Android-powered phone that mixes business with pleasure. So let's get our work done, America, so we can all get back to playing Angry Birds. The Motorola expert from Sprint.
There was a town held captive by an evil gas pump. It fed on people's hard-earned money. But along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything. And with fuel-efficient tires in place, that evil gas pump wasn't so evil anymore. Michelin Energy Saver AS tires can help save up to 109 gallons of fuel. Michelin, a better way forward.
You got all of that one.
Well, he got all of that one, didn't he?
Aye.
You got all of that one. Yeah, he did.
Guess I got all that one.
Prince Fielder, epic power hitter.
There is a live look at Chicago, and there is the temperature, the forecast, and we hope that the rain stays away. Little fog, little haze in the opening pitch, brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And now the Taco Bell starting lineup for the Yankees. It's brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bum. There are no surprises in this lineup with Gardner in the leadoff spot with Jeter being injured. Then it's Granderson, Teixeira, Rodriguez, Robinson, Cano, Nick Swisher. Russell Martin does the catching. Eduardo Nunez is the young shortstop, and on the mound is A.J. Burnett. And here is the glove-flipping Ryan Dempster getting ready for his 16th start of the year.
Uses that as a timing device. I can think of no other major leaguer that I've ever seen who does that. The scouting report on Ryan, unusual glove movement. And which dugout does he look for to help him out? I mean, after all, Larry Rothschild, the Yankee pitching coach, was Dempster's pitching coach for the last 7 years. But Ryan has been red hot since May 1st, 4-2.
Give you a look at the defense for Chicago, and the defense has not been good. They have committed more errors than any other team in Major League Baseball. The outfield around the infield with Ramirez, Starlin Castro, Blake DeWitt at second base. Their good rookie Darwin Barney is injured on the disabled list. Pena's at first, and the catcher is Soto. Here is Brett Gardner.
No, Joe, the game could be decided in the early innings. Ryan Dempster with an 11.30 earned run average in the first inning, and the Yankees in the first 2 innings have scored twice as many runs as their opponents this year.
Showing bunt and fouling it for strike one is Gardner. You've turned into such a numbers guy.
Have I?
No.
No.
Gardner, Granderson, then Teixeira for the Yankees, who check in 10 games over the 500 mark, 2.5 out behind the Red Sox. Here is an 0-1. And 2 hops to Castro. 1 away. And the Ford keys to the game as we start play here at Wrigley.
Well, it's pretty simple. For the Yankees, resume the offensive display. They didn't do it yesterday. Only an RBI single by Mark Teixeira. That was their offense. And for the Cubs, as you said in the opening, new week, new Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that 2-8 road trip, as Granderson stands in, they had an 8-game losing streak that came to a close last week. Ball one is low. And then they take on the top team, at least the hottest team in the National League, the Brewers, on Monday. Win 3 of 4, and they won yesterday behind the first win of the season from Doug Davis. A final of 3-1 over the Yankees. There's a strike to Granderson, who has popped 21 home runs. That is tied for the most in Major League Baseball with his teammate Mark Teixeira and with Jose Bautista of the Blue Jays. Here is a 2-1. And that's up and away, ball 3. And that's over but low, a 1-out walk. So you get one guy who's hit 21 home runs, and then you get to face another guy who's hit 21 home runs, and that's Mark Teixeira, who with his 54 RBIs is good for second best in the AL. And this tandem and what they've been able to do through the first 68 games has been awesome for the Yankees between Granderson and Teixeira.
Yeah, as has happened throughout their illustrious history, the Yankees carried once again this year by their offense.
Strike one, and in particular the home run ball.
47% of the runs scored by the Yankees this year have come via the home run.
And a check on Granderson, who along with his 21 home runs has stolen 10 bases. He's slugging .598, but he's playing a very good center field. Granderson had a big throw out at the plate during the Texas series, and he is a threat to make something happen on the bases, and that's why Ryan Dempster is keeping such a close eye on him.
Yankees a bit different this year than they have been in past years because they accentuated base running in spring training. They're a much better base running team now, and that includes also a team that can steal bases.
That's in at the knees, strike two. And you look at the difference in the power and the production, even the average this season compared to last for Mark Teixeira. And there's the stat that Tim just gave you. That is the most in baseball as Teixeira floats a base hit into right. Granderson will hold at second, and it's 2 on with 1 out, and the Yankees trying to jump on top here in the first inning at Wrigley.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Granderson didn't get a better read of that line drive. I thought it was high enough to get in there. And the one thing you do as a base runner, the first thing you do is to check the outfielders. Watch how Granderson holds up, and then by the time he resumes going to second, it's too late. But that ball well over the head of Blake DeWitt.
And yet going station to station is Granderson instead of first to third, and it brings in A-Rod. Alex Rodriguez with his RBIs, he's 9th on the all-time list in front of Mel Ott, behind Willie Mays. And he is also behind Mays in the all-time home run list, but not by much. Ball one high. Rodriguez 626 home runs. He is 137 home runs shy of breaking the all-time mark set by Barry Bonds at 762. Mays is in front of him with 660. And that's ball two.
Pretty good credentials when you're behind Willie Mays in anything.
And there they are. You've got Griffey next, Willie Mays, Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Barry Bonds. Here's a 2-0. And a strike from Dempster, who is trying to back up that very good start on Monday against Milwaukee, when he went 7 no runs, 4 hits, and a 1-0 win. He got a no decision, but that started the good week for the Cubs, who are 11 under 500. And that had a wrinkle on it. The splitter to make it 2-2.
Splitter in a fastball count. Watch this ball go down. A-Rod totally fooled, swinging over the splitter.
Rodriguez has been hot since the middle of May. Last 29 games he has hit .319, popped 7 home runs. And he waits for a 2-2. Good block by Soto, a full count.
Talked about it many times. A pitcher has to have confidence with runners on base that his catcher can block that ball in the dirt, be it a curve or a splitter. Good play by Soto.
The Yankees, in losing here yesterday 3-1, were 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Alex Rodriguez with the first chance of the day for the Yankees, who have a lot of fans here at Wrigley Field.
I don't think you'll see the runners running here. Rodriguez could be a strikeout victim.
That's ball 4 to load him up. So 2 walks and a hit here in the first inning. And it will bring in Robinson Cano, and it will bring to the mound Giovanni Soto and Carlos Pena to talk to Ryan Dempster.
This game started, we talked about how the first couple of innings could determine the outcome of this game. Ryan Dempster, like some pitchers, for whatever reason, have a difficult time early in the game. And as we said, Dempster's allowed 4 home runs. His earned run average coming into the game, 11.30, and he's in trouble here.
Our director, Bill Webb, showed you Mark Riggins, the pitching coach of the Cubs in his first year. And there's that number. Riggins has taken over for Larry Rothschild, who was here for 9 years, and now Rothschild is in the other dugout today. Pitching coach of the Yankees. But here is an early big spot for Robinson Cano. And a ball outside. Kenny Rosenthal is with us today, and we will talk to him as the afternoon goes on about trade opportunities for both clubs as this season goes forward. Strike 1. Yankees will be no doubt trying to add. And depending on what happens leading toward the All-Star break, the Cubs may be trying to get rid of some assets and try to get a little younger and a little lower with a payroll, but that won't be easy. Ball and a strike on Cano, who's hit 14 home runs. 10th highest total in the American League.
Talking about it won't be easy. It won't be easy for the Cubs to trade. It won't be easy to hit a ball out if you're a left-handed hitter today either. That wind blowing straight in from right field.
That's strike 2.
More than any other ballpark, hitters, pitchers check the flags here at Wrigley Field.
The Yankees were on a 10-game homestand. They were swept by the Red Sox. They won 3 of 4 from Cleveland and swept the Rangers. And won 5 of 6 coming into yesterday and lost. Golden chance here in the first today. And a strikeout for out number 2.
Finished off with the splitter. We'll take a look at the pitch by pitch as Dempster falls behind Cano. Then Robinson fouls it away. Fouls another one away, and this is a good splitter out of the strike zone. And a key strikeout for Ryan Dempster.
It brings in Nick Swisher, who's looking for a 2-out hit. And Swisher's hitting only .176 against right-handed pitching so far this year. .348 against lefties, .230 overall. He has led off some this week against left-handed starters today, batting in the 6th spot. Strike 1. And how about this number with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, runner or runners?
Man.
Hitting .074. But the beauty of this game is you're one swing away from forgetting about all of that if you're Nick Swisher. On a beautiful day in Chicago, he is in the hole 0-2. into, out of, no score after a half.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right.
And what I'm leaving behind for the next car guy.
Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
Yes!
Just for Men.
Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, the leader in the largest LCD TVs.
Enormous.
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quattron from Sharp. Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, with 62% more screen area than a 55-inch TV.
Humongous!
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quattron from Sharp.
Yeah.
If you find yourself between a rock and a hard place, on second thought, you never will. The 2011 Jeep Wrangler. Adventure is never ordinary.
Now, sign and drive a Jeep Wrangler Sport 4x4 with 0 first month's payment, 0 down, and 0 to its signing for qualified lessees.
Well, that was a treacherous first inning for Ryan Dempster, but he got through the trouble, and now the starting lineup for the Cubs. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Fukudome has been hot and has become one of the better leadoff hitters in the National League. Then it's Castro, DeWitt, Aramis, Ramirez. Carlos Peña's got 10 home runs. Reed Johnson off the DL. Same for Soriano. Giovanni Soto bats 8th. And Ryan Dempster pitches and bats 9th against the right-hander, A.J. Burnett.
And A.J. Burnett, after a horrible 2010, has had a very, very good year for the Yankees. Those are deceptive numbers at 6 and 5. And that we put that in quotes because that was AJ's word yesterday. He said, I'm not as stubborn as I used to be. And I've really responded to Larry Rothschild, the new pitching coach, and he has flat turned it around here in 2011.
Fukudome is a very selective hitter, and he takes a strike on a fastball over the outside corner. So it's Fukudome, then Castro, then DeWitt. Anybody gets on, Aramis, Ramirez, strike 2. 2 perfect pitches drilling the outside corner. Fukudome with a .406 on base percentage. That is the 6th best mark in the National League. Pretty good pitch, called ball 1. Fukudome loves hitting at Wrigley Field. He's hitting .376 here at home. And he waits on 1 and 2. Hasn't swung the bat yet. Still hasn't. 2 and 2.
That was a breaking ball, one of the more lethal curveballs in the game. But why was A.J. Burnett stubborn in past years? He was stubborn because he didn't want to throw the changeup. But he is throwing a lot more of them this year and has been much more effective.
1 hop. And Nunez makes the play, 1 out. So here we are, Tim. We thought, looking ahead on the schedule, that this might be a day where Derek Jeter could be going for hit number 3,000. Yeah. Instead, he goes on the DL after pulling his calf on Monday. And this is, at the very least for the Yankees, a 2-week sneak peek at Eduardo Nunez, their talented young middle infielder who can do a lot of things, but who is just 24 years old. Playing in place of Jeter, and here is the talented young shortstop of the Cubs, Starlin Castro, with a first pitch base hit into right.
One of the reasons that Starlin is so talented is there is no such thing as a ball he can't reach. And he proved that once again on that fastball off the plate away.
If you talk to Mike Quade, the manager of the Cubs, he'll tell you that Castro's got a The ways to go defensively with his footwork, with gathering himself after picking up a ground ball. So that's a work in progress at short. Here is Blake DeWitt. Ball one down and away, but offensively, only 21 years old, Starlin Castro, you have to believe, Tim, is going to develop into one of the major offensive stars in baseball.
I mean, he won't be 22 until next March. Already has a year and a half under his belt.
He can run too. He has stolen 8, hasn't been caught. And for Mike Quade, his manager, who's managed in the minor leagues, did so for 17 years and had Miguel Tejada in the A's system at AA and AAA. There are some comparisons that he can make between those two young players. DeWitt with a foul tip and the count 1-1. Obviously, Miguel Tejada had power even as a kid. And that just got bigger and better as the years went on. Quade believes that Castro will develop power, will get bigger, could eventually be a third baseman, but he likes the attitude that both have and had as young players, as Castro draws another look from Burnett.
As far as knowing the strike zone, that is common down in the Dominican Republic. I think, who coined that phrase? Juan Samuel, who's now the third base coach of the Phillies, that you don't walk off the island. So base on balls is not part of the offense and the language of Dominican players.
You hit your way off.
Right.
That's ball 2 down and in. I mean, the epitome of that is Vladimir Guerrero.
Right.
Who, as we've talked about over the years, can hit seemingly any pitch in any spot.
Well, Castro, another example. He's had 301 at bats and he's walked 9 times.
See if the Cubs start the runner. They do. And a chopper to Nunez. Nice play. 2 out. Nunez making his way to the bag, had to come in, get that short hop, and he did it without any flaws. 2 out.
Well, the one thing he didn't do, he didn't give up his position. George Kissel, the famous teacher in the Cardinal chain for so many years, used to talk about the shortstop and the second baseman holding their position for a 1001 count and then going to the bag. You see it so often. The guys who vacate their position too early, they open up that hole on the right or the left side, and balls that should be outs trickle through.
RBI chance now for Aramis Ramirez, who had 2 RBIs here yesterday. Runner at second, 2 out, ball 1. Kissel used to always talk about, I believe, that first step should be in.
Right. Instead of over. Instead of over. In other words, if you're a shortstop, take the 1 step in, you don't vacate the position, then you break towards second base. Same for a second baseman. 1 step in to your right.
1 ball, no strikes on Ramirez, who has driven in 32. The 1-0 on the outside corner, a ball and a strike. Typically, Ramirez has been a first pitch swinger this season, up close to 50%, up over 40. But this time he watched the ball, now took a strike, and now waits for a 1-1. He went around, strike 2.
That's that curveball that is just vicious. Rarely in the strike zone for Burnett. Good play by Martin to prevent a wild pitch. I think Ramirez is going to see that curve again.
Ramos trying to put Chicago on top. As a team, the Cubs this season have hit .238 with runners in scoring position. That's not good. The 1-2 pitch. And it's up to Nunez to make the play, which he does. All 3 putouts and assists for Eduardo Nunez after 1 at Wrigley, no score.
Are you a young person on the brink of responsibility? Then take advantage of Taco Bell's Spend Less Summer. Soon, your days will be spent basking in the beauty of the great indoors. Now, your only job is to get out and enjoy summer. Doesn't pay much. Who cares? Because this week, Crunchwrap Supremes are just 99 cents.
I'm stuck.
I know you are, Carl. I know you are. Spend less this summer on 99-cent Crunchwrap Supremes at Taco Bell. This week only.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Do woodchucks chuck wood?
Hey, you dang woodchucks! Quit chucking my wood!
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Well, I basically started noticing my hair loss a couple years ago, so I started using Rogaine foam.
Only Rogaine foam is shown to regrow hair in 85% of guys.
It just brought about a lot of confidence.
Try new unscented Rogaine foam. Learn more at Rogaine.com.
You made me work so late. My gam died before I made it to the hospital.
I had no idea that you called your grandmother gam.
If you've ever had a horrible boss,
There's gonna be some changes around here.
fight back.
Why don't you kill each other's bosses?
Word.
Hands up! I cannot believe that you talked me into this. We were being hypothetical. No, you were being hypothetical.
Horrible Bosses. Rated R. Starts July 8th.
Today's game, presented by Sprint, is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And up above on this beautiful day in Chicago, with its shots down below of this great city in Wrigley Field. Our aerial coverage is provided by DirecTV. To get the most baseball games in HD, call 1-800-DirecTV. Brings in Russell Martin as we start the second, no score. And Dempster, who walked two, allowed a hit, loaded the bases in the first inning, but got out of it. Misses with ball one. That's on the corner. Russell Martin, who was hitting .291 at the end of May, has been dealing with a left big toe injury, a bad back. He was out of the lineup 7 of 8 games during this last week plus. That's upstairs. And was in a 2 for 31 funk before all that, but on Thursday got back in the lineup. 2 hits and RBI, and after playing yesterday, he's back in there today, and that's outside for ball 3.
Yeah, hot starts are usually slowed quickly by the work behind the plate that catchers do. They really don't have that much of a chance to heat it up offensively.
That is ball 4, so that's already 3 walks issued by Dempster. It brings in Eduardo Nunez, and Kenny Rosenthal is with us, and you've talked to a lot of people about this kid Nunez, and a lot of people say he's got a chance to be really, really good.
Yeah, Joe, you talked to the Yankees third base coach, Rob Thompson, and he says Nunez is tools galore. When I asked A-Rod about Nunez yesterday, he described him as an explosive talent, a kid who can do it all offensively, hit a home run, hit a triple, steal a base.
It was a character in a James Bond movie, wasn't it? Tools galore. 1 on, nobody out for Mr. Galore, and it's upstairs for ball 1.
Tools galore is something like that.
Yeah, can't really remember.
Yeah.
Nunez has hit 2 home runs, one of them coming on his 24th birthday during the week. And he is trying to present A.J. Burnett with something he can do bunting wise. He's on deck. That's upstairs, and Dempster has been all over the place here early. 2-0. So Nunez looks down at Rob Thompson, who gave Kenny Rosenthal that description. Nunez gets back in and waits for a 2-0. Has got some pop. He can run. Been a little erratic defensively so far. Strike 1. was a special night for the Yankees and their infielders in particular on Wednesday in a 12-4 win over Texas. There goes Martin, a swing and a miss. And on the follow through, Soto was interfered with by the bat of Nunez, and they're going to send Martin back to first base. Let's take a look.
That was a backswing of Nunez that hit Martin in the head. Russell didn't throw the ball. So the home plate umpire is a very unusual ruling. Home plate umpire is saying that the backswing hitting Soto in the head, sending the runner back to first base. And Nunez wasn't called out. That's a fair call by the home plate umpire.
Here is a 2-2. And a shot down the left field line into the corner. It's foul. And you can see how the ball jumps off the bat of Nunez. Meanwhile, Jeter, who has 2,994 hits, is on the DL with a bad right calf. And Jeter so far this year, while the Yankees and their fans are waiting for a bounce back year. After a down season last year, got a new deal over the offseason. Jeter's hitting just .260 with only 12 extra base hits. A 2-2. Ball 3, a full count. When Jeter gets to 3,000, he will be the 28th Major League Baseball player to do so, in the first Yankee. He is down in Tampa with a lot of teammates from the big league club trying to get healthy. Runner Martin goes, and that keeps the Yankees out of a double play. Down to second as Martin won out.
Only one out in the second inning. We've already seen 5 assists by the shortstop, 3 by Nunez and 2 by Castro. That was a good play. That ball stayed down. A tricky grounder hit to Castro's left. Watch how it stays down. The glove is down. You were talking about Mike Quaddy and that footwork, but you could see that it's one of the problems of Castro playing shortstop, is moving his feet around.
You can see the swing by Burnett, and you can understand why, even though he's a pitcher with his days in the National League, he has hit 3 home runs. He is no give up at the plate. Strike 1. That's ball 1. Started to talk about the night on Wednesday night, and that 12-4 win over Texas, when every Yankee infielder hit a home run. First time that had happened for the Yankees since the 40s.
1939.
39. Here's a 1-1 and a pop-up. Back and out of play for strike 2. And here they are. It was not just Nunez. Teixeira went deep a couple of times. Cano and Ramiro Pena, who was called up when Jeter went on the DL. Meanwhile, these two guys hooking up right now, A.J. Burnett and Ryan Dempster, were teammates for a few years with the Florida Marlins, and during batting practice, the two would have their own little home run derby. So Dempster knows that A.J. Burnett can handle the bat. And he strikes him out looking, 2 out. And strikeout number 3. To bring in Brett Gardner with a runner at second, 2 out.
This is a tough play for infielders. You have 2 outs and a man on second. Infielders are told to play a hitter a step deeper with 2 outs and a man on second. In case the ball's in the hole, you can knock it down, but you can't do that against Gardner. He has too much speed.
Gardner's been hot. Takes a strike. This is just the 12th time that Gardner's hit in the leadoff spot. The idea early was to have Gardner hit in the top spot, but he had a terrible month of April. So he went down to the bottom of the order. He still uses that speed. He's stolen 14. But in his first 10 tries as a leadoff hitter, he hit just 167. Jeter on the DL. He had 3 hits leading off on Tuesday, and he gets a chance at it today. Here's the 1-1. Ball 2. 2-1. Home plate umpire Sam Holbrook is not giving that high strike. Dempster has walked 3, struck out 3, and he's behind on the count to Gardner. 2-1. And now 3-1.
I think Brett Gardner is one of the more underrated players in baseball. I'm not the only one either. Charlie Manuel, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies at a spring training game this year, said that Brett Gardner makes the difference. He makes the Yankees a much, much better ball club, and I think he's right.
Looking for a pitch to drive on 3-1. Instead, he pops it up. And playable for Castro to end the inning. A leadoff walk. Dempster gets around it after an inning and a half. Here at Wrigley, beautiful day, no score.
Crystal. We're gonna head on into the interview.
What led to your decision to go with the Fusion?
I just keep going back to looks. It's a great looking car.
How do your coworkers feel about your Fusion?
They were the ones who were against Ford. They're a truck company. For the most part, I'm pretty sure I've changed almost everyone's mind.
Crystal, you seem pretty comfortable up there. You sure you haven't done this before?
I did 8th grade telecommunications class.
Introducing the ultimate business phone, the Motorola Expert from Sprint. Its powerful tools help you work faster and smarter so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It lets you access business forms on the go, fire off emails with the QWERTY keypad, and work securely around the world so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It's the Android-powered phone that mixes business with pleasure. So let's get our work done, America, so we can all get back to playing Angry Birds. The Motorola Expert from Sprint.
There was a town held captive by an evil gas pump. It fed on people's hard-earned money. But along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything. And with fuel-efficient tires in place, that evil gas pump wasn't so evil anymore. Michelin Energy Saver AS tires can help save up to 109 gallons of fuel. Michelin, a better way forward.
Today's game presented by Sprint is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. What a beautiful day on the lake. You can help make a baseball moment kids will never forget. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to support youth baseball, plus enter to win one of 4 trips to the 2011 MLB All-Star Game and the keys to a new Chevrolet. Driving to Wrigley today, you see all the joggers by the lake and people playing sand volleyball, and they've done such a good job with that area. It is just bursting with activity. First pitch is down for ball 1. Batter is Carlos Pena with Reed Johnson to follow, then Soriano in a scoreless game in the second. Pena did not have a home run in a Cubs uniform through the 2nd of May. He has hit 10 since. A shift on the infield defense as he pulls it foul. It's 1-1. A lot of room on the left side as A-Rod is over there by himself. Does have a home run, but only 5 hits and 35 at bats against A.J. Burnett for Pena. But since 07, he has popped 20 home runs against the Yankees. A lot of that with Tampa Bay. That's strike 2. Have a DirecTV game break coming up. Chris Rose is in the stadium after Pena does something to start this second for Chicago. Just missed 2-2, and Burnett slaps at his right thigh, thinking he was good enough for his first strikeout of the game.
It could have gone around, may have been high, could have been a strike.
It was just ball 2, and that's ball 3. Now he wants a new baseball. Burnett, who is 34 years old, is signed through 2013. It's a big guy, 6'4", 230. Coming off his best start of the year, 7 2/3, a run on 5 hits, 8 strikeouts in that 1-0 loss on Monday against the Indians. His career numbers against the Cubs, and he gets it by the bat of Pena for out number 1. Now a DirecTV game break. Here's Chris.
Joe, the hottest team in baseball, the Washington Nationals, back at it this afternoon against Baltimore. Ryan Zimmerman, good to see the All-Star back in the lineup. He's been missing most of the year with a strained ab, his second of the year. But Mike Morse is having an All-Star type season, his 13th of the year, 11 of which have come in the last 3 weeks. They beat the O's 4-2. Slap yourself on the head, Mike, and celebrate. Remember, to see every baseball game the most in HD, it's 1-800-DIRECTV. Guys, they're 1 game under 500.
And they've won 7 straight. Thank you, Chris. There's a ball down and away to Reed Johnson, who is hitting .357 against right-handed pitching. And Tim, for a guy that just came off the disabled list, how about the catch he made to start the 9th inning here yesterday on a ball hit by Cano?
Unbelievable. With the Yankees trailing 3-1, top of the 9th, nobody out. Cano lifts a fly ball down the left field line, caught in fair territory and skidding toward the stands. I was looking at Reed's arm before the game. His pinky bothered him, and his index finger on his right hand had scrapes in his right forearm. But apparently all right in starting today's game.
And
what a play that was.
He's got a black eye.
Yeah. You know why he has the black eye?
Here is a chop to Nunez. And a wide throw, but a good tag by Teixeira, 2 out. Nunez has made 7 errors in 36 games, and Teixeira just saved number 8.
Yeah, 5 outs by the Yankees, and yet another, the 4th assist for Nunez. But the reason that Reed Johnson has a black eye, I thought it was because of yesterday. It wasn't. He was hit in the head his last at bat when he was on rehab with Iowa, the AAA affiliate of the Cubs. No concussion, so he came back to the Cubs. But the black eye was from being hit in the head his last rehab at bat.
And here's a guy who was off a rehab assignment, had only 1 hit. Soriano was on with a pulled quad. And a guy who originally came to the big leagues with the Yankees takes a strike on the outside corner. Johnson is a real hard-nosed player. Somebody that Quaddy wants around to set the tone for this evolving Cubs roster that's getting younger and younger. That's strike 2 on Soriano. Alfonso Soriano was out since the 31st of May, came back this week. Was with the Yankees from '99 to '03, and he had some huge years in a Yankee uniform. And he strikes out to end the second. 2 in the inning for Burnett. We go to the third at Wrigley, no score. Back after this from your local Fox station.
You're watching Major League Baseball on Fox.
Right now at Men's Warehouse, it's buy one, get one free on everything in the store. Everything. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Quench your thirst for summertime fun at Casey's General Stores. Buy 2 32-ounce Powerades and get one free. Tame your hunger with free cheese breadsticks when you purchase any large homemade to-go pizza. And stop into any Casey's and register to win free gas for a year along with other great giveaways.
It's all good in the summertime. Casey's General Store.
Barbara? Hey, Brad.
Kelsey, here's your dream. It's my dream, everybody.
I'm a winner! Yes!
Oh, my God. Thank you.
Joy. Honey, look at this. Honey!
I love this job.
The Iowa Lottery. It's your dream. Anything can happen.
Right now at Men's Warehouse, it's buy one, get one free on everything in the store. Everything. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Muffin bottoms, marionette lights, molds. The doctor's solutions to your most embarrassing issues that start with
The letter M.
and your embarrassment with the doctors. Monday at 5 on Fox 18.
Expanding to 5 nights a week, The Big Bang Theory, this fall.
Right here on your Fox 18.
The Nate Berkus Show, Life by Design.
Weekdays at 4 on Fox 18.
We welcome you to Major League Baseball on Fox, presented by Sprint. Sprint, all together now. Third inning of a scoreless game, and Granderson, who walked his first time, takes a strike. Here are the numbers for Granderson. And that's a ball 1-1, who has the highest total of home runs through 68 games by a left-handed batter for the Yankees since Tino Martinez hit 21 in '97 after he had settled in that first season since replacing Mattingly in '96. And '97 started that great run of years for Tino in a Yankee uniform. He became beloved in New York. And now Granderson on to start the inning with a base hit to right. Brings in Teixeira.
Curtis Granderson, no stranger to Wrigley Field in Chicago. He's from Chicago, went to school here, went to college here. But there are 10 Yankee players today on their roster that have never been to Wrigley Field. Been to Chicago, but never to Wrigley.
Teixeira, his first time up, singled. Floated one into right. Then a walk followed. The Yankees loaded the bases with one out, but Cano and Swisher each struck out. There's a strike. It's 0-1. So, as we've talked about in other games that we've done here at Wrigley Field, Seagulls are clearly creatures of habit.
They've been to Wrigley Field.
Oh, yeah. There's a strike, and this is usually the time that a Seagull, if you're in the area, would swoop down and start picking at popcorn that's on the ground or a hot dog bun or whatever it might be after a 1:20 start. Well, here it is, 4 o'clock, and these Seagulls have to be thinking, what's going on? They're lined up.
We didn't know about the late starting time here.
Even they'll blame Fox. Here is a foul that goes off the screen in front of the Yankee dugout to keep it 0-2. Teixeira has hit 21 home runs. And since 04, he is third on the list in RBIs across baseball with 876. His teammate Alex Rodriguez, who is behind him in the on-deck circle, extended, is just in front of him on that list, and both trail Albert Pujols to the Cardinals. And a play that goes off the glove of Pena. He recovers for the out. Good play, one away. And Dempster, a nice job of covering the put out 3-1.
Ball is scorched to the right side off the heel of the glove of Pena. And Carlos recovering in time. And again, a good play on both sides, not only by Pena, but as you said, Joe, by Ryan Dempster. He stayed with that play.
And he stayed on the bag just long enough to get the out. Down to second is Granderson, one out, and Alex Rodriguez, who walked his first time, watches Soto go out to talk to Ryan Dempster. And while we have a second, and this is giving Dempster a chance to catch his breath, all of us at Fox want to congratulate Darrell Waltrip for making the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Three-time NASCAR Series champion, won the Daytona 500 in '89, 1980s NASCAR driver of the decade, and was voted NASCAR's most popular driver in '89 and '90. And he has been nothing but a prince since joining Fox Sports. Base hit into left field by Rodriguez. Granderson had to hold, and it's first and third, one out for the Yankees here in the third.
Funny about how the number of outs dictate a base runner. With 2 outs, Granderson would have scored on this ball. But with only 1 out, he's got to make sure that the ball goes through on the left side. He holds, makes it only to third base. Right there. So still scoreless, and the Cubs are playing double play depth here.
And now Cano, who had the bases loaded, 1 out and struck out in the first, is digging his way in. Robinson is having a good year, but you're still waiting for him to break out. Since '09, among second basemen, he has been a lethal threat at the plate, hitting .315, top average among second basemen across Major League Baseball. And in the home run department, he is number 2 to Dan Uggla, now with the Braves. Prior to that with the Marlins. Here is a 1-0. Not much of a swing by Cano. It's a ball and a strike. However, any manager we talk to when the Yankees are playing their opposition, whether it's Quaddy or Charlie Manuel or you name it, I'll tell you the most dangerous hitter in this Yankee lineup is the guy at the plate right now, as he rockets one fair down the right field line. Granderson scores. It is an RBI double, and the Yankees lead 1-0 here in the third.
That was a hanger by Dempster. Looked like a splitter up in the strike zone, about a foot fair down the right field line. Fukudome does what he can. Granderson walks home. Alex Rodriguez goes to third. After this hanger that did damage by Cano. That ball was hit awfully hard.
Scorched. And now a "Let's Go Yankees" chant starts in the seats, and the Cub fans try and boo to drown it out. Here is Swisher. And there is a fly ball into center. Deep enough to score Rodriguez. Deep enough to advance Cano, and it's 2-0 Yankees. Sac fly by Swisher, RBI number 29. And so Swisher didn't wait around long. He got a pitch to drive and shot it into center to make it 2-0, and the batter is Russell Martin.
RBI number 29 for Nick. Nick's father, Steve, played for the Cubs in the major leagues, also played for the Cardinals, and is watching his son just deliver RBI number 29 from West Virginia today.
As Martin takes the ball. Steve Swisher, his dad was a catcher.
The Commander was his nickname. Great guy.
Here is a 1-0. Yankee catcher Russell Martin takes a strike. Martin walked his first time, hitting just 160 during the month of June. And that is over but low, ball 2.
Earlier in the year, Russell Martin asking Joe Girardi, can I play every day? You're going to catch me every day? And Joe said no. Well, a guy who almost caught every day holds the record for games caught by a catcher, and that's Randy Hundley, the ex-Cub, who caught 160 games for Leo DeRocher back in the late 60s.
Pitch is high to Russell Martin to count 3-1.
Think about that. 160 games.
And I'm not going to say that he is the inventor of it. I don't know it at the top of my head, but Randy Hundley was one of the first, let's say this, to cash in on that whole fantasy baseball thing.
Yeah.
That is outside for a walk, and walk number 4 from Dempster.
Also, Joe, one of the first catchers to use a break in the glove, which made him a one-handed catcher, along with Johnny Bench, Randy Hundley.
And when I say fantasy baseball, I'm talking about the weekend warrior type, or dad who gets a chance to play with the legends of the Cubs or the Cardinals in a little mini camp. Randy Hundley did that, and did that very well for a lot of years. Runners on at first and third, 2 out for Eduardo Nunez. And this has not been easy. None of it so far for Dempster. Strike 1. Nunez does not have a ton of experience, but when he's had a chance, he has come through. 367 hitter with runners in scoring position as Russell Martin takes second base as he caught everybody napping.
Including Blake DeWitt, the second baseman. DeWitt didn't know whether to cover or not until after the pitch to Nunez. Watch the delay on Blake DeWitt. By the time he gets there, the throw is really on the money. Soto's throw is right there, but DeWitt late in covering.
If DeWitt's there, the inning's over.
Yeah, that's right.
Instead, the 0-2 pitch to Nunez is outside. DeWitt, who, as his manager Mike Quaddy said, has got a lot going through his mind now. He's played some third base. He's played some left field when Ramirez was slowed by injury and Soriano. Now it's second for the injured Darwin Barney. Here is a 1-2. And that's foul. Cubs are 29-49 games out behind Milwaukee. And all of a sudden the entire NL Central has hit the skids. Milwaukee lost last night. Brewers lost 3 of 4 here in Chicago, and the Cubs are 9 out. That's ball 2.
Cardinals have lost 7 in a row. Cincinnati's not playing well. Pittsburgh may be playing the best in the Central Division of the National League. The Pirates only 3 games out of first place.
And they are over 500.
Yeah.
Here is a 2-2. And the strikeout ends the inning, but the Cubs give up 2. How did it happen? RBIs in the inning by Cano and Swisher. The RBI double, Robinson, Cano, sac fly by Swisher. For Burnett, a 2-0 lead after 2.5.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
Burger King created an enticing alliance of brainiacs and carnivores to formulate the BK Stacker, a crave-crushing quotient of beef, bacon, budget, and cheese for a head-slappingly simple 1, 2, 3. The BK Stacker, only at Burger King.
Gout's root cause is high uric acid. If you have gout, high uric acid can lead to more attacks. To help reduce attacks, lower your uric acid. Uloric lowers uric acid levels in adults with gout. It's not for the treatment of high uric acid without a history of gout. Uloric reduces uric acid to help you reach a healthy level.
Don't take Uloric if you are taking azathioprine, mercaptopurine, or theophylline. Gout may flare when starting Uloric. Don't stop taking it. Your doctor may give you other medicines to help prevent flares. A small number of heart attacks, strokes, and heart-related deaths were seen in studies. It's not certain Uloric caused them. Certain tests to check liver function may be required. Tell your doctor about liver or kidney problems or history of heart disease or stroke. The most common side effects are liver problems, nausea, gout flares, joint pain, and rash.
If you have gout, ask your doctor about Uloric.
Fox Monday on an all-new MasterChef. The top 18 amateurs enter the MasterChef kitchen for the first time.
This place will make or break you.
Now the real competition begins.
No room for mistakes at all here.
Rivalries heat up.
Max's arrogance is through the roof.
Susie's pathetic.
The challenges get more intense.
There's an elimination just around the corner.
And one contestant,
you are walking on thin ice,
could push the judges too far.
I would send you home now.
MasterChef, all new at 9/8 Central, part of 2 full hours, Monday on Fox.
It is the bottom of the 3rd inning here at Wrigley Field. 2-0 Yankees as they have out-hit the Cubs 4-1. First up is Giovanni Soto with Dempster to follow, and there's a strike over the outside corner. Soto is hitting .220, former Rookie of the Year. He has hit 5 home runs and has done virtually nothing against right-handed pitching as he held up in the count 1-1. Soto missed 2 weeks with a strained groin. And against right-handed pitching, hitting only .184. Here is a 1-1. And it's just outside, ball 2.
It's a far cry from the 23 home runs he hit in 2008 when he was Rookie of the Year. That's the most home runs since Billy Williams hit 25 as a rookie back in 1961. Sweet swinging Billy Williams.
There is ball 3. On deck is the pitcher Dempster, and then back to the top Fukudome. Burnett has to lay it in on 3-1, and Soto takes ball 4 that eludes the glove of Russell Martin. So a leadoff walk, DirecTV game break. Here's Chris Rose.
Joe, the Texas Rangers can beat you with some pop. They also have some speed. Elvis Andrus on the back end of the double steal. He scores. Remember, Andrus was dealt from Atlanta to Texas in the Mark Teixeira deal a few years ago. They have a 4-0, actually a 4-2 lead now in the fourth. To see every baseball game the most in HD, it's 1-800-DIRECTV. Joe and Tim.
All right, Chris, thanks. And to clean up something I said earlier, the Nationals now won 8 straight with that win earlier today, so they are hot as they get their third baseman Zimmerman back. And Dempster bunts the first pitch foul off to the right. Ryan with 2 hits in 26 at bats. That means an .077 average. And he looks down at Ivan De Jesus to see what he should do with a count of 0-1.
And what he's trying to do is bunt the ball to the first baseman, and the reason for that is Mark Teixeira is holding the runner and can't break right away.
And there is strike 2. We will check in with Ken Rosenthal to update some news around the league after Dempster does something here in the third. Again, the Cubs trail 2-zip. The 0-2. And he strikes out trying to bunt one away. Strikeout number 3. And Ken, you had a report before the game and now an update on that report. What's up?
Right, I reported before the game that Jose Reyes had been speaking with the agent Scott Boras about becoming his representative. Well, Reyes told reporters in New York that there is no chance that he is leaving his current agent, Peter Greenberg. Other news, Joe. The injury wave continues. Red Sox today placed Carl Crawford on the DL with a hamstring strain. This one day after placing Jed Lowry on the DL with a shoulder injury. And you guys mentioned the Brewers. Sean Markham left his start last night with a left hip flexor strain. Could miss his next start.
All right, Kenny. So much to talk about from that report as Fukudome takes over with low ball 1. First of all, the Red Sox. I mean, they can flex their muscles at the plate. The Yankees, and I'm sure their fans had to take note of the one-hitter pitched by A.J. Burnett, or rather Josh Beckett, on Wednesday against Tampa Bay, as Burnett brings home strike 1. Lackey is back from the DL. He has pitched better. And
much better.
Even having to put those 2 guys on the DL. It's a club that's playing .600 ball after an 0-6 start. And they lead the division by the Yankees by 2.5 over New York. Here's one in the dirt, and that'll send Soto down to second on ball 2.
That is the 11th wild pitch of the year thrown by A.J. Burnett. That leads the major leagues, and most of the time it's on that curveball that bounces in front of home plate. There's really nothing Russell Martin can do. You can have the Spalding guide blocking of balls in the dirt and have it down perfectly, and there's nothing to do on that spinner from Burnett. Too much backspin.
So the count's 2-1 on Fukudome, who has hit 3 home runs, driven in 10. On the outside corner, 2-2. Again, the Cubs for the season hitting .238 with runners in scoring position. This is a Chicago team that's hitting .266 as a group. That is the second highest average in the National League. Here's a 2-2. That's ball 3.
Well, to further that idea, leading off innings, the Cubs are leading the majors hitting leading off innings with a .293 average, and yet they're 22nd with runners in scoring position.
Fukudome with a chance here. And Burnett steps off.
A.J. Burnett telling us yesterday that the difference between him this year and in other years is he would shake for the changeup. He said in other years the only time I threw it was when my catcher put it down. He said this year it's been so effective that I've been shaking for it. So maybe he called Russell Martin out there to talk about throwing the changeup. We'll see.
Meaning he wants to throw it.
Right. When you shake for it, that means I want to throw it. That's the pitch I want.
Here is a 3-2, and it's strike 3 called. Fukudome goes down looking.
That's a curveball and just a wicked curve that stays on the corner.
And strikeout number 4 to bring in Starlin Castro. Castro, who has 12 3-hit games this season, tied for the most in baseball, singled through the right side his first time up. He can hit all over the lineup. He is batting in the second spot, and he takes a strike. With an in-32, he's hit third, but he's hit only 1 home run. That is strike 2 as Castro was out in front, 0-2.
Now, there is no sense in throwing Castro a pitch anywhere near the strike zone. Breaking ball a foot outside. Again, he's walked 9 times in 301 plate appearances.
Here's the 0-2. And he went around on a ball in the dirt. Strikeout number 5 in 3 shutout innings for Burnett at Wrigley. 2-0 Yankees into the 4th.
Look, everybody knows which way the price of gas is going, okay? You don't need a bunch of donut eaters at a focus group to tell you that. But only the engineers at Ford seem to get it. Because they gave the 2011 F-150 the most power and the absolute best fuel economy. So now, you won't be put in a chokehold every time you fill up. City, highway, dirt, sand, gravel, F-150 gets the best mileage. Chew on that. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
You lied to us. You've made a grave mistake.
No one's going in. I am.
Transformers, a Michael Bay film in Real D 3D and IMAX 3D. Rated PG-13, June 29th.
This is the network, a network of possibilities. In here, the planned combination of AT&T and T-Mobile would deliver our next-generation mobile broadband experience to 55 million more Americans, many in small towns and rural communities, giving them a new choice. We'll deliver better service with thousands of new cell sites for greater access to all the things you want whenever you want them. It's the AT&T network, and what's possible in here is almost impossible to say.
Hey, I'm Troy Polamalu, and I owe my great hair to Head & Shoulders. It gives me a healthy scalp and great-looking hair. You making fun of me? No. You making fun of me? Yes.
Head & Shoulders, 7 benefits, 1 bottle.
As a manager, my team counts on me to stay focused, so I take One-A-Day Men's 50-Plus Advantage. It's the only complete multivitamin with ginkgo to support memory and concentration. Plus, it supports heart health. That's a hit. One-A-Day Men's.
Today's game presented by Sprint is sponsored by Ford, Drive One, and by One-A-Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB. Aerial coverage today provided by DirecTV. To get the most baseball games in HD, call 1-800-DIRECTV. We go to the 4th inning. Yankees bat. That means Burnett, Gardner, Granderson. If anybody gets on to Shera. 2-0 New York. RBIs by Cano and Swisher. And strike 1 on Burnett. Struck out his first time up. Tight strike zone. That's ball 1. We had a chance to visit with Mike Quaddy. First full year as manager of the Cubs. And you'll get a sense for his demeanor when we play the interview. A guy who in his first season has had to deal with a lot of injuries. He grew up a Cubs fan in Evanston, Illinois, and after taking over for Lou Piniella last year, guided the Cubs to the second best record in baseball down the stretch. But nothing has been easy for Quaddy, and the first question after the strikeout of Burnett was about Dempster, and nothing has been easy for Ryan Dempster so far.
No, but he's grinding through it, and catch-up inning right here. Let's see if he can't get through it with a few less pitches and keep us right where we're at.
Yeah, so Dempster is on the mound, and offensively it looks like you guys have your hands full with A.J. Burnett.
Well, yeah, we know it's still early. We chip away. We put a couple guys in scoring position, and I think that he's good, and we haven't solved him yet, but a lot of baseball left.
You actually admitted something to us before the game that few managers do these days. They want to downplay everything. I think you did going into this series, but it's been special with the Yankees here at Wrigley.
Yeah, it has. I think everybody who was here yesterday appreciates that, and not just to be here, but to be a part of it and doing this. And obviously we won the ball game, but yeah, it's something special, and one of the things I won't forget probably for a long time.
I know that it's been a long year already with all the injuries, but you still having fun?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's a must. And you have to have passion for this game, and when the things are toughest, Joe, that's when you got to be at your best. So these kids are good to be around, and we're going to work through this.
Yeah, I know you're a foodie. You want to give any shout outs, so maybe you get a free appetizer?
No, I think your partner's headed to one of my favorite places, so you let him shout that out.
Monday night. That's right, Mike.
Good for you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys.
A ball and 2 strikes on Brett Gardner with Granderson on deck as the audience hangs with bated breath as to where Tim is going to eat on Monday night.
I'll give you a clue.
That is strike 3 called, a delayed called third strike, 2 out. And Gardner has a few calm words with home plate umpire Sam Holbrook.
That was a splitter that hung high. What was that Clint Eastwood movie? Hang 'em high? That was hung high. I'll give you a clue. The name of the restaurant is similar to the curse on the Chicago Cubs since 1945. It includes the word of the curse in the name of the restaurant.
First strike, and now a swinging strike and a foul ball that counts 0-2 on Granderson.
Of course, the curse is well known, the Billy Goat curse since 1945, where a guy could not stay for the game, a World Series game against Detroit, because he had his Billy Goat with him. I still can't believe this curse, but that is in part the name of the restaurant. So there we go. It's the best I can do. How's that?
1 ball, 2 strikes. Very good. Well done. And a fly ball into center field as a base hit. So we know that you're eating at a place called Billy's.
No. Even though Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. So it goes on and on and on.
A 2-out hit by Granderson, and Teixeira steps his way in. Been on base once. Base hit in the first. He grounded out in the third. And Granderson draws a throw. So it's not Billy's.
No. The word goat is in the name of the restaurant.
Okay.
So
that's in the dirt, ball 1. You would feel cheap if you said the name of the restaurant right now.
Well, Harry Carey did it for years.
Well,
King of Rush Street.
When in Rome.
Think I should name the restaurant.
Yeah, why not?
The Girl and the Goat.
1 on, 2 out. There goes Granderson, a pitch for Soto to handle, and got him to end the inning.
Wow, what a throw.
We go to the bottom of the 4th. Tim will be dining for free on Monday. And the Yankees lead 2-0. Anything.
There was a town held captive by an evil gas pump. It fed on people's hard-earned money. But along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything. And with fuel-efficient tires in place, that evil gas pump wasn't so evil anymore. Michelin Energy Saver AS tires can help save up to 109 gallons of fuel. Michelin, a better way forward.
Responsibility is the great indoors. But you're young, so do your job and enjoy summer. Because this week, Crunchwrap Supremes are just 99 cents. Spend less this summer on 99-cent Crunchwrap Supremes at Taco Bell. This week only.
You've reached the age where you don't back down from a challenge. This is the age of knowing how to make things happen. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
Oh, better luck next time, guy.
I got it, daughter. I'll give you a shot. That's right, baby.
Sorry, pal. We're closed.
Felix Hernandez, a man with an epic arm.
We slip into the bottom of the fourth inning here at Wrigley Field in the heart of the order for the Cubs. Blake DeWitt first up, and that rides outside ball one. DeWitt came into this game hitting .294 in the 18 games since May 30th. And he is in the lineup at second base because of a knee injury suffered by Darwin Barney. Who is Darwin Barney, you're asking? Well, he is one of the better rookies in baseball. 73 hits, which since 1946 is the third most hits by a Cub rookie through 69 games. Here is a 2-0 to DeWitt. And that's ball three. Here is the injury from Monday, a game against the Milwaukee Brewers, scoring the winning run. And the result was a grade 3 sprained left knee.
Those head first slides in the catchers, those are no-nos for rookies or older players.
There is a strike in the count, 3-1. So that when Darwin Barney went on the DL, the fourth starter from the opening day lineup to go to the DL, and now Starlin Castro, the only guy regular to not miss time because of injury. That is ball four. And a leadoff walk to Blake DeWitt. Second walk handed out by A.J. Burnett. And it'll bring in Aramis Ramirez in this 2-0 game.
Joe, earlier you talked about Aramis Ramirez being a first ball hitter. I think in meetings that teams have over the years, that first ball fastball hitter, it's the most common phrase you hear before and after meetings. And I'm sure that's said about Aramis Ramirez. And I think what that does is it scares younger pitchers out of the strike zone, and they end up falling behind guys like Ramirez or other guys, and they pitch a 1-0 count as opposed to an 0-1 count. I think it's done a lot of damage to the psyches of young pitchers to go into meetings and say this guy's a first ball fastball hitter. So therefore, if you're a young pitcher, you say, well, I can't throw him a first ball fastball for a strike. And that's just wrong, because staying ahead's the most important thing.
That is outside. First at bat, Ramirez didn't swing at the first pitch. It was ball one. This time Burnett hit the strike zone with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And Burnett, a 34-year-old veteran who came up with the Marlins in '99, was there through '05, then went to Toronto, and has been with the Yankees since '09. That's strike two on the good Burnett curveball on the count 1-2.
It's the best in the business when it's in a spot like that. Rarely a strike, but tough to lay off of.
It's a lot like Nolan Ryan. Everybody talked about the great fastball, riding fastball, but what made him so good was the curveball. Here is a 1-2. And that curveball bounces in. Good job by Russell Martin. 2-2.
Nolan Ryan will tell you that when he was in the National League, he only had the fastball, couldn't get his breaking ball over, but mastered that when he went to the Angels back in 1972. The 4-for-1 trade, and Ryan wasn't the one part of that either. It was Jim Fregosi for 4 players from the Mets, including Nolan Ryan.
There's strike 3. Got him looking, and strikeout number 6. For A.J. Burnett. We caught up with manager Joe Girardi, and the first question was about liking what he's seeing so far from his right-hander today.
It looks like he's thrown his fastball for strikes for the most part, and his curveball's been pretty good today, and he's been able to expand with it and get some strikeouts.
You've been very open about where you're heading tomorrow on Father's Day. I know tomorrow will be a special day for you.
Yeah, it will. My father's about 2.5 hours away from here, and he's 80 years old, and he has Alzheimer's, so I'm really looking forward to seeing my father, the man who taught me about this game and used to bring me to this park as a little boy.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, and then we'll let you go. Being here at Wrigley Field, where you played 2 different stints with the Chicago Cubs, what does this mean to you, being here with the Yanks?
It means a lot. It's great. This is, the area that I grew up. I went to college here, and it means a lot to be back here because I get to see a lot of family and friends, and I get to see my pops.
Never tempted to come here to manage?
Well, I'm very happy with where I'm at, and I've enjoyed my time in New York.
And you've done a heck of a job. Thanks for your time, Joe.
Thanks,
Joe.
Joe Girardi in his 4th year with the Yankees won it all in his 2nd season, '09. He's got his club, despite all the injuries, 2.5 out in the AL East. That one is driven into right. Tie game. Home run, Carlos Pena. So after a rough start in a Cubs uniform, Pena has now popped 11 home runs, and this one ties the Yankees here in the 4th.
You get a major league hitter in this count. 1 ball, no strikes. Looks for a fastball, hammers the fastball to tie the game.
And so for those of you just joining us watching Texas and the Braves, as they're in a rain delay in the 5th inning, you now see in essence a fresh game. 2-2, bottom of the 4th, and Reed Johnson at the plate with 1 out. That's us, Joe, Tim, Kenny Rosenthal, Chris Rose is with us. And that was Carlos Pena who hit the 2-run home run to tie it, as the count goes to 1-1 on Reed Johnson.
Experienced hitter like that, looking for 1 pitch in 1 zone, and he got it and did something with it.
On a 1-year deal at $10 million. After his time with Tampa Bay. Here is a 1-1. That's strike 2. And by the way, so much was made of a hug between Jim Hendry and Albert Pujols earlier in the year. Before the game, I saw Jim Hendry go up, shake the hand of Alex Rodriguez, and pat him on the back, but there's no speculation that A-Rod will come to the Cubs like there has been, that Pujols could end up with Chicago as a free agent. Here's a 1-2, and that's foul. Hendry's just a nice guy.
Absolutely. I mean, a general manager can do that. Go up to star players and shake their hands, even if they're on the other team, without speculating whether he's going to deal for them or not.
Well, he hugged me. The money's not very good, but you know what? I feel good about that, so I think I'll go. Reed Johnson with a count 1-2. And a strikeout. That's number 7 for A.J. Burnett. 2 out. And our Jeep game summary to update you if you just joined us. Cano with an RBI double in the 3rd. Swisher a sac fly. Granderson has been on base a couple of times with base hits and a walk. And Pena just tied it with a 2-run shot here in the 4th. Here is Soriano. Strike 1. Alfonso had years in a Yankee uniform where he hit as many as 39 home runs in 02, 38 home runs in 03. His best year was with Washington in 06. Hit 46 home runs. Drove in 95, and for a guy who used to steal as many as 40 bases, he did that 3 times in his career. If you look at other highlights of his career, he has yet to steal a base, but he has popped 13 home runs. Here's a 1-1. And that's strike 2.
Arguably the most dramatic home run Alfonso hit was in the 8th inning of Game 7 against Curt Schilling to give the New York Yankees the lead against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And of course the Diamondbacks came back to win it. Blown save by the great Mariano Rivera.
A.J. Burnett misses up and away 2-2. Burnett now has struck out 15 over his last 2 starts. 8 against the Indians and 7 so far here today.
Don't have to throw Soriano a strike.
And that's off the foot of Burnett, and then bobbled by Cano to keep the inning alive. It's a base hit for Soriano.
That gives you the idea of the reach of Soriano. That ball was about 6 inches off the plate, probably below the knees, through the legs of Burnett, and Cano couldn't come up with it.
And now Giovanni Soto. And one thing we don't want to miss, Joe Girardi talked about his father who suffers from Alzheimer's. The bow tie that Kenny Rosenthal is wearing today is in honor of Alzheimer's, the Alzheimer's Association, all the great work being done researching that brutal disease that I would imagine just about everybody has been touched by somewhere in their family. And Joe Girardi will spend Father's Day the morning with his dad tomorrow in Peoria. First pitch is strike to Soto, and now a check on Soriano, who has not attempted a stolen base and is coming back from a bad quad. Strike 2 on Soto.
A.J. Burnett has thrown one wild pitch, but Russell Martin has just done a superb job behind the plate, blocking those breaking balls.
Russell Martin, a former third baseman.
Yeah.
Who transferred to catcher and was a good one for the Dodgers for years. First year with the Yankees. Soriano does not have a big lead.
Russell Martin, the leading vote getter in the American League. 4 catchers. He leads all American League catchers in the voting for the All-Star game on July 12th.
Ball one. Wrigley Field opened up in 1914. 97-year-old stadium. They've made improvements over the years. There isn't a better scene in baseball than this place, both inside the ballpark and outside the ballpark, before, during, and after games. They've turned this into a block party this weekend with the Yankees in town. Here's a 1-2, 2-2. Soto walked his first time. He was set up at 0-2, and now the count even. Now a full count. So the runner at first, Soriano, will go. And Soto will get a 3-2 pitch with Dempster, the pitcher, waiting on deck. Does not figure to be a 3-2 fastball. That's over the inside corner, 84-mile-an-hour pitch. Strikeout number 8. But in the inning, Carlos Pena, bang, ties it. 2-2 after 4 at Wrigley.
Your advertising mail campaign's paying off.
Business is good.
Must be if you're doing all that overnight shipping. That must cost a fortune.
It sure does.
Well, if it doesn't have to get there overnight, you could save a lot with priority mail flat rate envelopes. One flat rate to any state, just $4.95.
That's cool and all, but it ain't my money. I seriously do not care.
So you don't care what anyone says, you want to save this company money.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Priority mail flat rate envelopes, just $4.95, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
Burger King created an enticing alliance of brainiacs and carnivores to formulate the BK Stacker, a crave-crushing quotient of beef, bacon, budget, and cheese for a head-slappingly simple 1, 2, 3. The BK Stacker, only at Burger King.
Gather round, y'all. I'll sing you a song about our MVP, the amazing team mom. She rides on Firestones and always comes through, even been known to fix a boo-boo or two. Firestone. One sweet way to ride, away or at home. Behind every great team, there's a great team mom.
Firestone. Legendary drivers need legendary tires. Get a $50 Firestone MasterCard prepaid card by mail when you buy a set of 4 eligible Firestone tires.
Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
Yes!
Just for Men.
Because I had a good teacher, I learned about more than cars.
Like responsibility.
Doing things right.
Dad.
Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Part of the order for the Yankees here in the 5th inning: Teixeira, Rodriguez, and Cano against Ryan Dempster in what is now a 2-2 game, thanks to the home run by Carlos Pena in the bottom of the 4th. His 2-run shot tied it. Teixeira, #1 in baseball, not by himself in the home run department with 21. Tied with Granderson and Bautista. And the big hitters have done the damage for the Yankees here today. Out in front of that pitch is Teixeira. That's strike 1.
Joe, we talked earlier about nobody hitting a ball out today because the wind's blowing in. The way you do hit it out with the wind blowing in is to get it under the wind, the line drives, and that's what Pena's was.
This one's under the wind and on the ground for out number 1. Talked about Joe Girardi. You did, Tim, coming in, about managing this team and managing these injuries. Phil Hughes out since mid-April. Soriano out since mid-May. Chamberlain is lost for the year. Bartolo Colon went down last weekend, and now Derek Jeter on Monday on the DL because of a right calf strain. Ball 1 high to Rodriguez.
Every team has to deal with injuries, but when a team, whether you're the Yankees or whatever team you are, you have to deal with the injuries to 5 pitchers. And I consider, actually, it's 4, but Andy Pettitte retired. So Joe Girardi is managing the Yankees this year with 4 injuries to pitchers and a retired pitcher in Andy Pettitte, and still has the 3rd best record in baseball.
Rodriguez shoots one up the middle. A 1-out base hit here in the 5th inning. He's been on base 3 times trying to stretch it, and he didn't catch anybody off guard. 2 out.
Rodriguez rounding the bag. Alfonso Soriano, a little lackadaisical picking it up, but not in throwing it to second. Rodriguez an easy out, trying to take the extra base against Soriano. Slowing down there, and then going, I think, thinking that Soriano was going to be relaxed getting it to second. He wasn't.
And now Cano trying to bunt fouls it. You know, you can add another injury to that list. And that's Pedro Feliciano, who the Yankees paid a lot of money to. Right. 2-year, $8 million deal. He went down at the end of spring training. He's supposed to throw on Tuesday. They don't know if he'll come back. And that is strike 2. So the bullpen has been really hit hard, and Boone Logan, the only lefty that the Yankees have in their pen, is allowing a .300 average by left-handed batters against him. So there are holes on this roster, the payroll of over $200 million, and the issues are both in the rotation and I would say now down in the bullpen clearly for Joe Girardi. Talk to Rosenthal about what the Yankees may do. That's ball 2. We may not have time here in the top of the 5th inning. If we do, we'll go there. Whether it's in the rotation, they hope to get Hughes back in July. In the bullpen, Chamberlain's lost for the year, and who knows about Soriano. That's ball 3. On deck is Swisher. A 1-out hit by Rodriguez, out trying to stretch it. And Cano is in the hole 0-2. Now it's full. And a 2-out walk. Kenny Rosenthal, where do you think the Yankees go, and how do they approach trying to add to this pitching staff?
Well, Joe, you hit on it. Their biggest need by far is pitching. I asked Brian Cashman, their general manager, yesterday about the possibility of getting an ace, and he joked, "I'm not Ruben Amaro." And he was referring, of course, to his Phillies counterpart, who has acquired 3 different aces over the last 2 years. The Yankees do have 2 intriguing kids at Double-A. The righty Dellin Betances, the lefty Manny Banuelos. But as far as getting an impact starting pitcher, not likely.
I want to continue talking to Kenny if we get the chance. 1 on, 2 out. The batter is Swisher. Strike 1. How about on this Cubs roster? I mean, Zambrano said last night he would waive his no trade clause. What about a guy like Dempster?
Dempster's an interesting guy, but keep in mind, Joe, he has a $14 million player option for next year, and 1, that essentially guarantees that he'll be with the Cubs if he wants to, and 2, the Cubs are going to need starting pitching next season, particularly if they manage to trade Zambrano. They can't leave the cupboard completely bare. In fact, we've seen their depth sort of exposed here in the first half. They've had to turn to veterans like Doug Davis and Rodrigo Lopez. So at some point, they're going to have to choose which of these starters they want to keep.
And at some point, I want to also talk to Kenny as we go through this game about what the Cubs can or will be able to add going forward. So many people talking about the debt burden on the Cubs, and if they will, even with a lot of money coming off the payroll, if they will be able to add significant free agents to a team that needs a lot of help going into 2012. But again, we may not have time here in the fifth. 0-2 the count. 1 on, 2 out. And now ball 1 high. Tom Ricketts, the Ricketts family, purchased his franchise in 2009 for $845 million. The LA Times reported 2 weeks ago that they're one of 9 teams in violation of MLB's debt service rules. Ricketts addressed that during this week, trying to put Cubs fans' fears at ease on what they may or may not be able to add. He said what every fan should know is that nothing in the capital structure and the balance sheet or any of the debt will limit in any way our ability to put a good team on the field. He didn't necessarily address big money free agents, except he did say that that would be Jim Hendry's decision going forward, which was taken as a vote of confidence for the Cubs GM. What do you think, Kenny? Is that going to limit them going forward here with Chicago? Is that the sense you get?
No. The sense I get, Joe, is that what will limit them if they want to pursue Prince Fielder or Albert Pujols is the sheer fact that they've gotten in this position, gotten into trouble because they've handed out monster contracts. And at this point, with this team, one player, even if it's Pujols, even if it's Fielder, is not going to put them over the top.
2-2 is the count on Swisher, and now a full count. So Dempster had Cano set up at 0-2 and lost him with a walk. That's his 5th walk. And now he's on the verge of doing that with Nick Swisher.
You've got to develop from within. That's the most important thing about putting a winning team on the field, your farm teams, and that takes time.
Another walk from Dempster. That's number 6. And that's going to stir the Cubs bullpen here in the 5th inning. It's 2 on, 2 out, and it's Russell Martin at the plate. Martin has walked twice. Already 103 pitches on the day for Ryan Dempster, who's trying to get through the 5th. In this inning, Teixeira grounded out. Rodriguez a base hit, then 2 walks. And now a ground ball to Castro. That ends the inning. Halfway through it at Wrigley on a beautiful Saturday here on Fox. Yankees and Cubs tied at 2.
Introducing the ultimate business phone, the Motorola Expert from Sprint. Its powerful tools help you work faster and smarter so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It lets you access business forms on the go, fire off emails with the QWERTY keypad, and work securely around the world so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It's the Android-powered phone that mixes business with pleasure. So let's get our work done, America, so we can all get back to playing Angry Birds. The Motorola Expert from Sprint.
Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, with Quatron 4-color technology for more vibrant colors.
Spectacularge.
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quatron from Sharp. Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, with 62% more screen area than a 55-inch TV.
Humongous!
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quatron from Sharp.
You don't always know where life will take you. But when you're driving the new 2011 Jeep Compass that gives you up to 29 mpg, you can take all the time you need to figure it out. The 2011 Jeep Compass, the evolution of a legendary bloodline. Well-qualified lessees can get a 2011 Jeep Compass Sport 4x2 for $239 a month.
Now on Blu-ray.
We're facing an unknown enemy.
They came without warning.
We don't know what they're capable of.
They plan on staying. Battle Los Angeles is pure adrenaline. Now on Blu-ray.
Hey, I'm Troy Polamalu, and I owe my great hair to Head & Shoulders. It gives me a healthy scalp and great-looking hair.
You making fun of me?
No.
You making fun of me?
Yes.
Head & Shoulders, 7 benefits, 1 bottle.
As you can see, it is still raining in Atlanta. At least the tarp is still on the field with the Rangers and Braves. They are in the 5th with Texas leading 4-2. So the entire audience on Fox is here at Wrigley in a 2-2 game. Bottom of the 5th, and Ryan Dempster, who hasn't made it easy on himself on the mound, is leading it off at the plate against Burnett, who has struck out 8. That's ball 1. A.J. Burnett has allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. Cubs have stranded 3. Yankees have stranded 8. Ball 2, 2-0.
When you're a starting pitcher and you've walked 6 through the first 5 innings and you're leading off the bottom of the 5th, you're very happy.
And it's a tie game.
That's right.
It's only 2-2. There's a strike, 2-1. The Cubs, who won their division in 07 and 08, had 83 wins in 09, only 75 last year. Shattered bat. And Rodriguez makes the play 1 out, as Burnett was just hoping to get out of the way of that shattered bat. Fox Saturday Baseball is sponsored by Sprint. All together now. A look out at center field where there are some darker clouds, and we're glad that the rain has stayed away so far. Spot showers are in the forecast. It's a 2-2 game in the 5th, and back to the top of the order as Fukudome digs in. Kosuke has grounded out, struck out. There's a strike on the outside corner. Ken Rosenthal's been busy today, and he's made a new friend in Carlos Zambrano. Did we see Zambrano go down there and give you some words, Ken Rosenthal?
Well, we had a little chat, and actually Zambrano just wants to clarify one thing. What I wrote yesterday and what he said is that he wants to stay with the Cubs, but if the team comes to him and says, we would like to trade you, then at that point he would say, okay, I'm ready to go. He's talked with his family about that, and they've said, do what you have to do. But his main point, Joe, is that he doesn't want to stay.
So there you go. Right in the middle of the action is Ken Rosenthal. Here's an 0-2 to Fukudome, and he just got a piece.
I think Ken would have to give way to a size advantage.
I think so. Tail of the tape would not be kind. In this corner, wearing a bow tie, Ken Rosenthal. In this corner, a guy who can break a bat over his knee. Ball 1.
Joe, I can run. I can run really fast.
I was glad to see there was a little real estate between you and Zambrano during that little chat.
He was fine.
You're not scared. Those are the good writers. They'll back up whatever they write and say with a visit to the clubhouse, or in this case, a visit at the end of the dugout.
10 feet with cameras in between.
Counts 2-2 as Burnett lost his footing after that last pitch to Fukudome. And now ball 3. So like Dempster in the top of this inning, an 0-2 count. Now it's full, and we'll see what Burnett does. He walks Fukudome with 1 out. And as we welcome you inside our broadcast booth, Joe and Tim, and we've seen a lot of action, a lot of guys all over the place, but only 4 total runs.
Yeah, a lot of walks in the game, a lot of balls out of the strike zone. I mean, Ryan Dempster, as we said, has walked 6 and given up only 2 runs. That's good.
It is good.
Yeah.
And you said at the beginning of today's game that yesterday the atmosphere was as good as you've ever seen for a regular season game since you've been coming here in 59.
1959 was my first time here 52 years ago, and I've never seen such energy between 2 teams and the fans of the 2 teams as we are seeing in and around Wrigley Field over the last couple of days.
Mike Quade talked about his brother taking the train to the stadium and enjoying the back and forth between Yankee fans and Cub fans. And there are a lot of Yankee fans here in Chicago for this weekend. Cubs are at the White Sox Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And the White Sox, heck, everybody's back in it in the AL Central.
Well, Minnesota's won 5 in a row. They got Joe Mauer back yesterday.
They've won 12 out of 14. And they are still 10 games under 500, but only 8 out. Starlin Castro at the plate, 1 on, 1 out. And ball 1 outside.
If Mike Quade moves the runner along here, Castro really an ideal hit and run guy because he can reach balls that are out of the strike zone. So if the pitch is a ball, he can put the ball in play.
Good pitch down and away. Castro still can't lay off it. Strike 1. Give you a little history of the Cubs and Yankees here at Wrigley Field. If we get a chance after Castro here in the 5th. The 1-1 instead, another check on Fukudome. One part of his game that hasn't developed, he has stolen only 1 base. Attempted only 2. Now Castro steps out, and Fukudome is visited by first base coach Bobby Dernier. Ball 2. When you talk about the development of Castro at the plate, manager Mike Quade talked about the development of the power, but more importantly, his knowledge of the strike zone.
He's not even close to that yet.
Just 21 years old, and he takes ball 3. Here is a 3-1 pitch. Runner goes, and a line drive base hit to center. Fukudome will hold, and it's 2 on with 1 out in the 5th.
Running on the play, I think Fukudome with 1 out has got to be on third base or thrown out trying. He may have gone for the decoy at second base. Robinson Cano went to the bag. There is really no reason why Fukudome can't make Curtis Granderson throw him out on that play.
Mentioned Granderson had a big play with his arm during the Rangers series. That was on Wednesday in the 6th inning to get Torey Alba at the plate in a game that ended up a lopsided Yankee win, 12-4. Part of a 3-game sweep, and now ball 1 inside to DeWitt.
Yeah, that was entirely too cautious on Fukudome's part, not trying for third base on that line drive to center.
Now Larry Rothschild is out to talk. Corey Wade, a right-hander, gets loose for the Yankees in their bullpen. In 1932, the World Series Game 3. It was Cubs and Yankees here at Wrigley Field. In the 5th inning was Babe Ruth's alleged called shot. Home run off Charlie Root. And then in June 7th, 2003, our own Eric Caro spoiling things for Roger Clemens. His 3-run shot off Juan Acevedo cost Clemens a chance to win his 300th, which Roger would get at his next start at home against St. Louis. And prior to 2003, the last time these two teams met here at Wrigley was that 38 World Series. Here is a 1-0 to Blake DeWitt. In at the knees, a ball and a strike.
And the reason the Cubs were in the World Series in 1938, the homer in the Gloman, the famous homer at twilight time by Gabby Hartnett, who was then the playing manager for the Cubs, the catcher, the famous home run in Cub history, the homer in the Gloman.
Here's a pitch low for ball 2, 2-1.
Those, of course, were the days before lights were in Wrigley Field. Cubs would have to wait another 50 years before lights were installed back in 1988.
Here's a 2-1. Not hard hit. Out at second. Out at first. Nunez, a nice turn, showed off his arm. And we are through 5. Burnett gets around to walk and a hit. Tied at 2. Into the 6th at Wrigley Field.
Can I help you?
Are these tablets?
Mom, allow me. Are these tablets flash ready? Yes.
Which ones?
These, including the Samsung Galaxy Tab.
What about movies?
Straight from Android market to the Motorola Zoom.
4G upgradable.
4G LTE upgradable.
You always wear glasses?
Only when I'm not wearing contacts.
He's clean. My job's done.
A wide selection of tablets at great prices from the people who know them best. Verizon.
Am I the first one here?
Yes.
Of course, I'm always first.
You really gonna start that again?
Well, you were hatched from something.
And who laid you? I chicken.
Hey, how do you have that movie already?
DirecTV. They get box office hits first.
First? Before anyone else?
First. Just like me.
Only DirecTV gets you the latest box office hits first, months before Netflix.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right.
And what I'm leaving behind for the next car guy.
Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Burger King created an enticing alliance of brainiacs and carnivores to formulate the BK Stacker, a crave-crushing quotient of beef, bacon, budget, and cheese for a head-slappingly simple 1, 2, 3. The BK Stacker, only at Burger King.
We gave it a new fully boxed high-strength steel frame and hydraulic body mounts for a comfortable ride. Because the things you carry are even heavier than the things you haul. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado HD, Motor Trend's 2011 Truck of the Year.
You can see the ominous skies in Atlanta. They've taken the tarp off the field momentarily, but they are waiting for another cell to pass through. And they'll get that game going again, and we'll take the audience supposedly watching that game that's now with us down to Atlanta. But until then, you get to watch the Yankees and Cubs here at Wrigley. 6th inning, 2-2 game. And Eduardo Nunez is in the hole 0-2. It'll be Nunez, Burnett, and then Brett Gardner here in the 6th. And a base hit into center field. Nunez on for the first time today. Today's game presented by Sprint is sponsored by Chevrolet. Proud to support youth baseball across the country. And by Valvoline Next Gen. Beautiful day weather-wise in Chicago. Good game. Action for the Cubs in their bullpen as A.J. Burnett stands in. Strike one.
You know Burnett's bunting, but Ryan Dempster very upset with himself after that 0-2 fastball with too much of the plate to Eduardo Nunez. 0-2, Soto's outside. This pitch hanging right up there, and Dempster furious with himself.
The bunt from Burnett is foul. Now fair. And down to second is Nunez. At Burnett, now he's watching it. This ball takes a crazy hop with spin.
Never take it for granted until you touch the ball when it's in foul territory. Carlos Pena didn't do that. The ball hit the edge of the grass and popped back about a yard into fair territory. Wow. You won't see a ball bounce back that far from foul territory into fair territory.
And obviously, had Burnett been busting it out of the box or even jogging out of the box, he's at first base. It's 2 on with nobody out.
Or if Carlos Pena touches the ball when it's foul, then it's 0-2 on Burnett, and the sacrifice is still yet to be done.
Nunez starts and stops on ball 1 high to Brett Gardner. Gardner's driven in 17. A lot of his action this season has been from the bottom part of the order. In the leadoff spot today. And a hit could give the Yankees the lead again. A high strike is 1-1. In this series, New York 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Yankees got 2 in the 3rd. Cubs answered with 2 in the 4th on a game-tying home run by Pena. And now a 1-1 to Gardner. Strike 2. Ryan Dempster is trying to get through the 6th. He's thrown 112 pitches. Gave up a leadoff single to Nunez. And Gardner late fouls it to keep it 1-2. James Russell is the lefty. Chris Carpenter, the kid who's been at AA and AAA this season, is getting loose. Ready to go for the Cubs in their pen. And another foul off the bat of Gardner. Brett is grounded out, popped up, struck out. The dangerous Curtis Granderson on deck. Another 1-2. Another foul ball.
Yeah, Gardner can do that all day long. Foul balls back. And off the other way. Dempster trying to wear Gardner out inside. So far, he's been unsuccessful.
And this one is foul down the right field line. We ask you, what is the greatest moment in the rich history of the MLB All-Star Game? You can join the Midsummer Classic debate. Go to MLB.com/moments to cast your ballot. We will be there on the 12th in Phoenix for the All-Star Game. Last year, the NL won. And that meant that the Giants had home field advantage in the World Series. They clinched it in Game 5 in Arlington, Texas.
Giants played 3 postseason series and clinched every one on the road with home field advantage in the series.
Ball 2 up and away. 2-2. So a season high for Dempster with 117. Zambrano this week had a 110 pitch outing. Had 9-5 loss on Wednesday to Milwaukee after throwing 128 at Philly last weekend. The 2-2. Another foul, good at bat by Gardner. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat. With a guy knocking on the door of 120 pitches on the day. And the guy who's tied for the major league lead in home runs waiting on deck.
That's why it would be unlikely if the left-hander didn't come in to face Granderson.
Into center field. Castro can't get the out, but he saved a run.
How did he make the catch?
On the outfield grass.
Oh. Look at this.
What a play by Starlin Castro, first and third, one out. And an infield hit.
My goodness. What a play.
And that's it for Ryan Dempster. James Russell coming in. A nice hand for Dempster with Granderson coming up.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Was Abe Lincoln honest?
Does this dress make my backside look big?
Perhaps.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Because I had a good teacher, I learned about more than cars.
Like responsibility.
Doing things right.
Dad. Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Select 55 from Budweiser. The superior taste makes it Select. The 55 calories make it the lightest beer in the world.
Succeeding in today's market requires more than wishful thinking. It requires determination and decisive action. I go to E-Trade and get unbiased analyst ratings and 24/7 help from award-winning customer support to take control of my finances and my life. I tap into the power of revolutionary mobile apps to trade wherever, whenever. Life isn't fully experienced sitting idly by. Neither is investing.
Now we can watch a newspaper, listen to a magazine, curl up with a movie, and see a phone call. Now we can take a classroom anywhere, hold an entire bookstore, and touch the stars. Because now there's this.
James Russell right into the action, first and third with one out. And Curtis Granderson, who has been on a power tear since the last month and a half of last season, and who is tied for the major league lead with 21 home runs, waits for a 1-0 and takes a strike. Saw the numbers for Dempster. And there's a big number for Granderson, which highlights the turnaround he's had in his career since working with Kevin Long of the Yankees, dealing with left-handed pitching. That's outside, ball 2.
No left-handed hitter in the game has made as much of an improvement hitting against left-handers as Curtis Granderson. Not only with the power, but 277, very respectable lefty on lefty.
Fooled him there. Good pitch by Russell, 2-2.
That's that slider that never stops sliding.
Now the 2-2. And a shot into right sends Fukudome back. Yankees will take the lead on a sac fly by Granderson, who almost hit his 22nd home run. 3-2 New York in the 6th.
Russell tried to come back with that same slider where he got the second strike to Granderson. This is the 1-1 pitch where Granderson swings and misses. And this is the hanger. Stays right in the middle of the plate. Good job by Granderson to drive in the go-ahead run.
And now Gardner at first with 2 out. The batter is Teixeira and the Yankees, who led 2-0 after 2.5. Now lead 3-2 as we play in the 6th. Strike 1.
Only the wind held that ball in the ballpark. We talked about it earlier. The ball hit by Pena was a low line drive. That ball was a high fly, and the wind held it. Otherwise, Granderson would have home run number 22 on the year.
Teixeira went around, strike 2. We showed you Rodriguez in the on-deck circle. The view from above, I mean, he's no more than 20 feet. Maybe 25 feet from Teixeira, batting right-handed. And now Gardner leaves early. Pawn and a rundown. Soto's involved. And Castro tags him for the out. Yankees get a run. Gardner left too soon. That ends the top of the 6th with New York in front 3-2.
The Chevy Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon on the highway. To get there, a lot of complicated engineering goes into every one, like variable valve timing and turbocharging, active front grille shutters that close at high speeds, and friction reducing. Oh man, that is complicated. How about this? Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon. Cool?
Very well qualified lessees can get a low mileage lease on a Cruze Eco for around $169 a month. Fuel economy based on EPA estimates.
Take care of your engine, and it'll go far. One way I can take care of my engine, One-A-Day Men's, a complete multivitamin for my overall health. Plus, it supports my heart health and helps maintain healthy blood pressure. Whoa. Gotta makes your heart race, huh?
This sounds like you're firing me. Because you didn't go to college.
On July 1st.
Look up at your audience. Hello.
Change your path.
What are you gonna make us do today in class,
You'll just have to find out.
Change your style.
You're going to impress the teacher. You'll need a new look. My boyfriend's here. Put your pants back on.
Change your life.
What kind of thugs did you get involved with? Just my college buddies.
Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts.
You're a great teacher.
You're a great student.
Larry Crown.
Check this out. We all got free tattoos.
I can see you. This is glass.
Rated PG-13, July 1st.
I like your messy hair. I like the clothes you wear. I like the way you sing. And when you dance with me, you always make.
We believe you're at your best when you can relax and be yourself. And at thousands of newly refreshed Holiday Inn hotels, you always can. Holiday Inn. Stay you. And now stay rewarded with vacation pay. Stay 2 weekend nights and get a $75 prepaid card.
1, 2, 3, hit me! A jump start for your game, not your nerves.
Watch me! Watch me! Super!
The proven push, stamina in a bottle. The original Gatorade.
Sometimes I feel so nice.
And thirst-quenching protein that helps restore your body while cooling you down. Prime, Perform, Recover. The G-Series from Gatorade.
Aramis Ramirez is first up for Chicago. He's 0 for 2. Bottom of the 6th inning rolls in 3-2 Yankees lead on a sac fly by Granderson. Strike one. Burnett still pumping it in there at over 90. And for the first time today, Ramirez goes after the first pitch. 92 pitches on the day. And now a 1-run lead. Breaking ball is hit to Rodriguez. 1 out. A.J. Burnett is 1-5 in his last 12 starts away from Yankee Stadium, and ERA over 5. And the team is 2-10 in those 12 starts.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? I mean, only one road win since last August.
I mean, his stuff is just too good for that.
Yeah.
The guy who won 10 last year, Burnett, but lost 15, a career high. Career high ERA of 5.26. Hit 19 batters. But he and Larry Rothschild, first-year pitching coach of the Yankees, have clicked. With 1 out, Pena, who homered his last time up to tie it, takes ball 1 down and in.
That 5.26 earned run average last year, the highest earned run average in Yankee history for starters who started 30 or more games. He has really done a good job reversing things this year.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He threw the changeup 1-0 to Pena, then fastball for the home run. So usually if you hit a home run, the pitcher's not going to give you that same sequence of pitches. Burnett using his changeup very, very effectively this year.
Reed Johnson on deck. Pena at the plate with a 1-1 count. And that caught him on the foot to put the tying run on with 1 out. And that is the 4th hit batsman of the year for A.J. Burnett as he got him on the top of the left shoe. That brings in Reed Johnson 0 for 2. Hitting .352. He's grounded out, struck out. Burnett has struck out 8, walked 3, hit a batter now. Thrown a wild pitch and allowed a home run. On the outside corner, strike 1. Last inning, Burnett was helped by his defense with a double play turn behind him, while Corey Wade got loose. Chris Carpenter, former starter, now a reliever. He is getting ready for the 7th. That's strike 2. Cubs had lost 11 of 13 prior to this good week at home. Won 3 of 4 from first place Milwaukee. Won here yesterday 3-1. And Johnson gets a piece to stay up there 0-2. And again, Corey Wade gets loose. Wade, who was the winner Thursday in that 12-inning 3-2 win over Texas. Get out of his deal at AAA Durham for Tampa Bay, where he was effective, and now back in the big leagues with the Yankees. Ball 1. So 100 pitches on the day for Burnett. Trying to get through 6. Good play again by Russell Martin, ball 2.
Russell Martin more akin to a goalie today than a catcher. He has been stopping almost everything. Only one wild pitch, but a ton in the dirt with the breaking ball from Burnett.
Like Tim Thomas of the Stanley Cup champion Boston Bruins.
Yeah, who had their parade today. That's why the Red Sox game was changed from an afternoon game to a night game.
What a series against Vancouver.
Man.
And Thomas pitched a shutout in Game 7 on the road.
3-0 Bruins to win the Stanley Cup. Make that 4-0.
They just added a goal.
3-0 when I went to sleep.
Oh. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 on, 1 out. Tying run at first. And outside, a full count.
City of Chicago celebrated the Stanley Cup win last year when the Blackhawks won for the first time since 1961. Told you you'd make a hockey fan out of me.
Well, our good buddy Joel Quenneville was the one that got it done as head coach of the Blackhawks last year. Beating the Flyers. Here comes a 3-2. Runner goes on a foul backing out of play. How about next week? Fox Saturday Baseball, Indians and Giants. Mets and Rangers. Washington and the White Sox. White Sox will host the Cubs and take on the Nationals, who have now won 8 straight. They beat Baltimore 4-2 earlier today. Runner goes and a ground ball to Nunez, and he kicks it. Error number 8 in 37 games for Eduardo Nunez.
Understandable there. He even brought his hands up after the ball hit into the glove. He thought he had it. He was going to throw it before he caught it. Little hasty, and here comes Joe Girardi. A manager hates to take a winning pitcher out after an error with the tying run potentially on it in scoring position.
And that's exactly what's happening here in the 6th inning as Corey Wade will enter. A.J. Burnett will exit. Leading 3-2, but the Cubs threatening with Soriano coming up.
Can I help you?
Are these tablets...
Mom, allow me. Are these tablets flash ready? Yes.
Which ones?
These, including the Samsung Galaxy Tab.
What about movies?
Straight from Android market to the Motorola Zoom.
4G upgradable.
4G LTE upgradable.
You always wear glasses?
Only when I'm not wearing contacts.
He's clean. My job's done.
A wide selection of tablets at great prices from the people who know them best. Verizon.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Does the buck stop here? Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Is having a snowball fight with pitching great Randy Johnson a bad idea?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe this was a bad idea.
There was a town held captive by an evil gas pump. It fed on people's hard-earned money. But along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything. And with fuel-efficient tires in place, that evil gas pump wasn't so evil anymore. Michelin Energy Saver AS tires can help save up to 109 gallons of fuel. Michelin, a better way forward.
Sander? Gotta be kidding. Waldo.
Oye, el autobús está esperando, nos tenemos que ir.
Dame un minuto, Dela. Un minuto. Do you have any more in the back?
Ubaldo Jimenez, the epic name behind an epic breakout year.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
There are the numbers for Burnett. This game is now in the hands of Corey Wade. Just signed during the week, 2 on, 1 out. Soriano takes a strike. Wade had 2 good years with the Dodgers. Then had shoulder surgery, sat out last year, was pitching in AAA for Tampa Bay and pitching really well. Got the win for the Yankees on Thursday. That's inside, ball 1. 2-1, a 1.23 ERA in 21 appearances for Tampa Bay's AAA club. The 1-1. Strike 2 on a dangerous foul ball. And a nice catch by a fan down the left field line.
Dangerous foul ball on a dangerous pitch from Corey Wade. A hanging curveball, but he got away with it.
Soriano at the plate, 1 for 2 against Burnett. He's hit 13 home runs, tying run at second after the error. And Soriano holds up on ball 2. (3-2) Yankees lead. 2 on, 1 out. Burnett in search of his 7th win of the year. Hard hit. A-Rod makes the stop. Out at second, now safe. As Cano drops it twice. And the bases are loaded, only 1 out.
The throw was low, but it should have been handled by Cano. If you're going to give an error on the play, I think Cano will get it and not Rodriguez. That was not a short hop to second base. He just dropped it. So it is an error on Robinson Cano. Fine play by A-Rod. He's a little miffed at the throw. Carlos Pena rounding third. Had he continued, of course he doesn't know that, but I think he makes it.
Oh yeah, especially after Cano dropped it a second time.
Yeah, certainly after that, yeah.
Bases loaded. And a strike to Giovanni Soto. So that's error number 6 on Cano, who had 3 all of last year. Strike 2. Montañez on deck. Ball 1 in the dirt. A hit batsman and 2 errors have opened the way for the Cubs here in the 6th. Tying run 90 feet away. Bases loaded. And still 1-2 on Soto, who again came into this game hitting 184 against right-handed pitching. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Soto has 5 home runs, 15 RBIs on the year. Way outside, ball 2. Ball 3. Gardner with a catch. Tagging is Pena, throw home. Wow. And the double play ends the inning. Russell Martin shows the ball to Pena, and Brett Gardner just made a tremendous throw.
Very difficult catch. Terrific throw to get Pena. What a play by Gardner.
And after all that, the Yankees still lead 3-2. Back after this from your local Fox station.
You're watching Major League Baseball on Fox.
On your wedding day, when everyone is looking at her, she'll be looking at you. So rent your tuxedo at Men's Warehouse and you'll look almost as good as she does. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
The Count-On Chevy Summer Sales Event is here. Check out Chevy Silverado All-Star Edition. It's well-equipped with all of these great features. And for a limited time, lease it for $299 per month or choose up to $6,000 in total value savings. Plus, get Chevy's 100,000-mile 5-year warranty. That beats Ford F-150. Hurry, trade-in values have never been better. Chevy is #1 in Iowa and Illinois. See your select Chevy dealer.
The new Droid X2 by Motorola with a dual-core processor. I could do everything faster. It's a shame Mackenzie's too young to buy me one for Father's Day. We play games on it together, listen to music, watch movies. She'd want me to have one. And what kind of father would I be to get in her way? I'll just sign her name on the card.
Give Dad a gift he'd give himself, like the new, more powerful-than-ever Droid X2 or the Droid Pro for $99.99, and get unlimited data for just $29.99. Verizon.
If you're looking for a pickup truck, check out the miles per gallon, the length of the powertrain warranty, and the horsepower. Only Ram delivers this kind of muscle. That'll thin out the herd real quick.
Get 0% APR or up to $6,500 in total values on Ram 1500 Crew Cab Bighorn with Ram Box.
Ram.
Right now at Men's Warehouse, it's buy one, get one free on everything in the store. Everything. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
of doctors. Feel Good TV. Weekdays at 5 on Fox 18.
New Major League Baseball on Fox, presented by Sprint. Sprint, all together now. Tim, how about that play to end the bottom of the sixth?
That's an appropriate sponsor, Sprint, because that's exactly what Gardner had to do to get to the ball, and then a perfect throw on the run. Gardner did not have a chance to set himself coming in on the ball, and the throw is perfect. Good play by Russell Martin to hold on.
The reaction from Russell Martin after getting into the dugout. And now A.J. Burnett, who is still the pitcher of record and leads by 1 as the Yankees do. Moving into the 7th. Now Chris Carpenter, who is into his 3rd game in the big leagues. Teixeira pops it up into right. And Fukudome hauls in out number 1. Teixeira 1 for 4 on the day. We were talking to Mark Riggins, the pitching coach for the Cubs, before the game, and he said Carpenter has really blossomed out of the bullpen. And a guy who was throwing 93 as a starter hit 100 on the radar gun during the Arizona Fall League, and he's been in the upper 90s at times out of the pen at AA and AAA.
He was a starter in the minor leagues, all but 3 games in the bullpen, but he has blossomed as perhaps a possible closer in the future.
And that's the pitch he's developing right there, that slider. Gone away from the curveball and taught him a slider. Here's one grounded to short. Castro takes care of Rodriguez, 2 out. And so Carpenter, who was called up on Tuesday from AA, 3rd round pick in 09, just 25 years old, deals with Robinson Cano. And ball 1 misses down and away. And now ball 2. Cano is struck out, driven in a run with a double and walked.
Chance for Robinson Cano to look for a ball he can pull and try to yank one out of here.
Only home run today belongs to Pena. There's ball 3. A slider on 2-0. Pena's home run in the 4th inning tied it. Sac fly by Granderson in the top of the 6th inning. And the Yankees hanging on, leading by 1. There is ball 4. And here is the time lapse. What's going on in Atlanta with the weather, the tarp on and off, cells in and out. 5th inning, 4-2, Texas leading. And from what we're told, it's still raining in Atlanta. As Swisher stands in, he has a sac fly. 0 for 1 in the game. Strike 1. Cano has stolen 6, been caught once. The Yankees, who have as a team stolen 62 bases compared to the Cubs 20. Want to do any running here in the 7th.
I think Joe Girardi will wait until the count goes 0-2 or 1-2 before thinking about sending Cano.
That's ball 1. Yesterday it was Doug Davis getting his first win with the Cubs. 7 1/3, a run on 3 hits. Marmol got the save today. Dempster and Burnett, the pitchers of record. That's high. They count 2-1, and Soto is out to talk.
Talking about that play by Brett Gardner, who bailed out Eduardo Nunez and Robinson Cano, who had committed 2 straight errors to load the bases with 1 out. And on 1 play, Gardner takes him off the hook.
So 2 easy outs. Teixeira popped up into right. Rodriguez grounded out, but a walk on 4 pitches to Cano. And a 2-1 to Swisher is not close. 3-1. Getting loose for the Yankees is the right-hander Hector Noesi. Remember, Jabba Chamberlain is lost for the year with a tear in his elbow. And Rafael Soriano is out as well, as Swisher hits one foul down the right field line. Now a full count. So some different names in that bullpen for the Yankees, like Noesi, Corey Wade. Ayala has a more prominent role. David Robertson is the primary setup man now for Mariano Rivera, who is the one constant. Here's a ground ball to Pena. That'll end the inning and send us into the 7th inning stretch. 9 1 and 2 hitters coming up for the Cubs, who trail by 1.
The stronger the Rapids, the more we loved it. Took some wild risks when I was young, but I was still taking a risk with my cholesterol. Anyone with high cholesterol may be at increased risk of heart attack. Diet and exercise weren't enough for me. I stopped kidding myself. I've been eating healthier, exercising more, and now I'm also taking Lipitor.
If you've been kidding yourself about high cholesterol, stop. Along with diet, Lipitor has been shown to lower bad cholesterol 39 to 60%. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Let's go! If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
There was a town held captive by an evil gas pump. It fed on people's hard-earned money. But along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything. And with fuel-efficient tires in place, that evil gas pump wasn't so evil anymore. Michelin Energy Saver AS tires can save up to 109 gallons of fuel. Michelin, a better way forward.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
Today's game presented by Sprint is sponsored by DirecTV. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV. By Lipitor. And by Michelin, a better way forward. Aerial coverage provided by DirecTV. To get the most baseball games in HD, call 1-800-DirecTV. New pitcher, 3rd of the day for New York. In a 3-2 game, Yankees leading is Hector Noesi.
Want to know, Joe talked about how thin the Yankee bullpen is now. Hector Noesi gives Joe Girardi some flexibility. He could start in an emergency. Good stuff, big tall guy. He throws hard.
But instead of getting the start on Thursday, the Yankees found a wild card starter and it worked out.
What a great story, huh?
Here's a foul backing out of play. Tony Campana is the pinch hitter, a guy who can really fly. Hitting .245 as he stands in now. Samardzija, the right-hander, gets loose as we play in the bottom of the 7th. The guy who got the ball for the Yankees on Thursday was Brian Gordon, originally drafted as an outfielder. On Thursday, his first major league start, only his 4th major league game. And for a guy who spent 14 years in the minor leagues, he left to a standing ovation. Here's a fly ball into center for Granderson, 1 out. Campana is retired and Fukudome will be the hitter. Just to finish on Gordon, 32 years old, was 5-0 with an ERA just over 1. In 12 games, 9 starts at AAA Lehigh Valley for the Phillies. He had a chance to opt out of his deal. He did, and he will get a start coming up in Cincinnati after the Yankees leave here. Here's Nunez, 2 out.
Speaking of Brian Gordon, reading Harvey Araton's piece in the New York Times yesterday, he's talking about a nameplateless dressing stall. In other words, Gordon didn't have a chance, and the equipment manager for the Yankees didn't have a chance to put his nameplate up there. So when he came in after starting, he had no name up there, as players do in major league lockers.
And he got the number 22, which was worn by Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
Corey Wade didn't have a nameplate either. They are tested with the Yankees equipment staff, with guys coming and going seemingly every day.
Oh, yeah.
And a good job they do. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal. Ken?
Well, Joe, Gordon told me one of his favorite moments was when Joe Girardi sat down next to him in the dugout and said, "Great job. I want you to soak this in, enjoy the moment, and be ready to hit in 5 days in Cincinnati." Of course, knowing that Gordon was a former outfielder.
Noesi hits the outside corner to Castro, and the count 1-1. Now David Robertson gets loose. The Yankees have that 1-2 punch down there they can count on with Robertson and, of course, Rivera. That is a borderline pitch called strike 2.
Castro thought it was low, and he had a point.
Now the 1-2. Check swing on a pitch up. 2-2. Castro has 2 hits. Looking for his 13th 3-hit game of the season. And that would be the most in baseball. Gets a big swing, still 2-2.
Those 13 3-hit games would put him 1 ahead of Adrian Gonzalez. What a remarkable year he's having. First year with the Red Sox. I think Adrian Gonzalez and Jose Reyes have been the 2 best hitters in baseball thus far.
Gonzalez leading the major leagues in RBIs. The Red Sox leading the major leagues in runs scored. And Reyes is already over 100 hits. The 28-year-old shortstop of the Mets and free agent to be.
First time since 1960 that a shortstop has had 100 hits after 70 games. Dick Groat did it back in 1960.
They can put that back up. as Reyes also leads baseball with 12 triples. And he is second to Troy Tulowitzki in the vote getting for the All-Star game coming up on the 12th. And beyond that, he is a conundrum, a walking conundrum for the Mets as to what they're going to do with the guy who can walk out the door at the end of the season as they try to rebuild that franchise.
Jose Reyes just turning 28 years old, right in the prime of his career.
Pretty good at bat by Castro, full count. That's in the air to left. Gardner ends the 7th as he squeezes it. 8th inning now. Yankees lead by 1.
I'm not sure.
Randy, he's losing ground.
I better go.
Graybeard's down.
Damn it, I'm on it. Just for Mangel. Penetrates tough gray in 5 easy minutes.
How about dessert?
Life's looking sweet.
I'm feeling the heat.
He's in for a treat.
Oh, yes. Keep your edge.
Select 55 from Budweiser. The superior taste makes it Select. The 55 calories make it the lightest beer in the world.
First Android 3.0 tablet. What's so special?
Android 3.0 is designed for serious multitasking.
Oh. Did she read my mind? Anyway, how can I convince my wife?
Your wife will love the dual-core Tegra 2 chipset to stream movies from Android Market. It's also 4G LTE upgradable.
Must be this toothache making me hear things.
Say you need a dentist nearby. The new Google Maps can show you in 3D.
A wide selection of tablets at great prices from the people who know them best. Verizon.
Responsibility is the great indoors. But you're young, so do your job and enjoy summer. Because this week, Crunchwrap Supremes are just 99 cents. Spend less this summer on 99-cent Crunchwrap Supremes at Taco Bell. This week only.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right and what I'm leaving behind for the next car guy.
Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Hi, Ivan. I'm Kristen. Welcome. We're going to head on into the interview. All right, go ahead right in the front.
What's your favorite piece of technology in the car besides the engine?
It would have to be the sync. I use it every day, all the time.
What do you think Ford is doing right?
Striking a balance. You need to have the balance of fuel efficiency with today's economy, and you absolutely need that horsepower.
Do you think your car looks good in here?
I think it looks good, but I think it would look better if I was in it.
New pitcher is Jeff Samardzija as we go into the 8th inning. 3-2 Yankees lead. Bottom 3 in the lineup for New York. Samardzija is the 4th pitcher of the day for the Cubs. Strike 1 to Martin, who is 0 for 1. He's walked twice, bounced into a force out. And the 0-1. Samardzija, who is really blossoming in the bullpen for the Cubs, misses with ball 1. Control has gotten a little better. His slider, he can throw for more strikes. To go with that good fastball. 1-1. Line drive, base hit into left. And the leadoff man is on for the Yankees. Our Just for Men Keep Your Edge spotlight was the play by Fred Gardner in left. Caught it for 1 out and cut down the tying run at the plate. And that was in the 6th. and ended the inning. And just as Gardner gives the Yankees the edge, you too can keep your edge with Just for Men mustache and beard. Here is Nunez to bunt. Ball one. On deck is Posada. On at first is Martin. And the bunt is good enough. Down to second is Martin, one out. Sacrifice is good, 3-4 with DeWitt. Taking the throw, and now Posada hitting .225. Will pinch hit. The numbers for Posada are a heck of a lot better than they were on May 14th. When he was scheduled to hit ninth against the Red Sox, pulled himself out of the lineup. Was hitting .165. Hit over 300 since during the 10-game homestand. Was close to 500, 14 out of 31. So he's been hot. Problem is, for the DH, Cubs are on the road during interleague play, and so for a guy hitting .405 in June, he's got to find pinch hitting roles or get a start at first if Teixeira gets the DH nod.
Hitting as a left-handed batter this year, it's about where it should be. Right-handed, not good at all.
Well, right-handed has gotten better.
Little better.
4 for his last 12 after starting out 0 for 27. Two 2-0 the count. And now ball 3 with Russell Martin wandering far away at second base at that secondary lead. On deck is Gardner.
Russell Martin will steal a base. He has 7 steals, 1 in this game. He has not been caught this year.
That's upstairs for a walk. And it's 2 on with 1 out.
MLB.com/moments and watch the MLB All-Star Game Tuesday, July 12th on Fox.
The 8 greatest moments in MLB All-Star Game history are going head-to-head to determine which is the most memorable of all time. Go to MLB.com/moments and vote now for your favorite Midsummer Classics.
See the fellow with the mustache there, that's Mark Riggins. Joe and I were talking to Mark before the game primarily about Chris Carpenter, and Mark was the pitching coach in 1989 when my partner was 19 years old and a broadcaster for Louisville. You were broadcaster / traveling secretary. And Mark told me that don't let you off the hook this afternoon because you missed a game in Nashville that year because of sunburn.
That's true.
You were on the DL.
That's true. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it.
Mark said don't forget to chide him about that during the telecast.
2 on with 1 out, and now my face looks like it's sunburned. Yeah, that was not a highlight in my young career at that time, as I learned exactly how great nepotism could be. 2 on, 1 out, and a ball up and away. Forgot about that.
Well, 22 years later, Mark didn't.
I didn't even know he knew it then. Here is a 1-0 to Gardner, who's made a great defensive play in this game, and it sails up and away. Samardzija, after we were talking about better control, has walked one, and now behind on the count 2-0. Ball 3. And Carlos Pena comes in, grabs a rosin bag, and has something to say to Samardzija. Like, throw a strike.
Or make Brett Gardner hit the ball to get on. Don't walk him, because then you have the power of the Yankee order coming up.
That's not even close.
No.
Graybo just got up. There's already been one visit to the mound. And with Granderson coming up, Graybo at this point isn't ready to go.
No. Not unless Mike Quade yells out to Giovanni Soto to go out to the mound and slow him down. But no way is the left-hander ready in the bullpen.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Granderson not close again. I mean, this is a 1-run game, and with a guy like Granderson to not have the left-hander up is surprising. But
yeah, you're right.
Graybo is just now throwing to a catcher down in a squatted position. So this is Samardzija's batter. And that's backing out of play, 1-1. Leadoff hit by Russell Martin, 2 walks after a bunt. And a 1-1 count on Granderson. Strike 2. Dempster loaded the bases with 1 out in the first inning and got out of it by striking out Cano and Swisher. Samardzija's in trouble here in the 8th in a 1-run game. The 1-2 pitch. 2-2. The 2-2. That is shallow left. Soriano with Martin running. Martin stops and the bases are loaded, 2 out. And a big out for Samardzija to get Granderson, and now he has to deal with Teixeira. Or will it be Samardzija or Graybo?
I think you leave Samardzija in there once you've retired the tough Curtis Granderson. It appears Graybo is ready, but I don't think this move's going to be made.
Most teams try to turn Teixeira around, make him bat right-handed. And the numbers for Teixeira are good with regard to the power. He's hit 21 home runs, tied for the major league lead. And he will deal with Samardzija batting left-handed. Bases loaded, 2 out. Strike one. The home runs for Teixeira. He's got 5 grand slams in his career. But his home runs have been big this year. 12 of his 21 have either tied or given the lead to the Yankees. Tied the game or given the lead to New York. He could blow this open, but he's in the hole 0-2.
Boy, good splitter from Samardzija out of the strike zone.
The 0-2. Off the end of the bat, that's going to come back fair, and now foul. And Ramirez, all he could do was hope that that spin after it hit the grass would take it back foul, which it did.
Comes fair.
It didn't even hit the grass, it just spun back foul. And the count's still 0-2. And the organist plays Walk the Line by Johnny Cash. A wasted pitch, ball one. Bases are loaded, 2 out. Yankees trying to add to a 1-run 8th inning lead. And the pop-up should end the inning. Not an easy one. And Soto and Pena come together. Pena made the play. And the inning is over. Good job by Samardzija to get out of trouble. Still 3-2 New York into the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah. If you find yourself between a rock and a hard place, on second thought, you never will. The 2011 Jeep Wrangler. Adventure is never ordinary.
Now, sign and drive a Jeep Wrangler Sport 4x4 with 0 first month's payment, 0 down, and 0 to its signing for qualified lessees.
Harry Potter, you have fought valiantly. Join me and confront your fate.
We can end this. I never wanted any of you to die for me.
Only I can live forever.
Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, rated PG-13, in theaters and IMAX 3D.
This Father's Day, come on down to Lowe's for tons of dad-approved gifts that are guaranteed to make his day. With gifts under $5, $10, or $25, you're guaranteed to find something as cool as he is. Like the dad-approved Cobalt 19-piece socket set, now just $19.98. Make this Father's Day one he'll remember. Stop by Lowe's and get 20% off all Charbroil Commercial Series gas grills. Find all the dad-approved gifts for Father's Day at Lowe's. Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
At Bayer, we've been relieving pain for over 100 years. And today, we're reinventing aspirin for pain relief with new extra-strength Bayer Advanced Aspirin. It has microparticles, so it enters the bloodstream faster and rushes relief right to the site of your tough pain. In fact, it's clinically proven to relieve pain twice as fast. New Bayer Advanced Aspirin. Extra strength pain relief, twice as fast.
And as you take a look at Wrigley Field from high above, we understand that the game in Atlanta between the Texas Rangers and the Atlanta Braves will resume at 7:50, 7:50 Eastern Time. And for those of you watching in the Dallas area, in Atlanta area, you will see the rest of that game on Fox. Otherwise, if you are watching this one, you will stay with us through the conclusion. 3-2, bottom of the 8th. And David Robertson trying to protect that lead for New York.
What a job he has done as the 17th round choice of the Yankees in 2006 out of the University of Alabama.
And he fires a strike to Blake DeWitt. Noesi, one perfect inning. Rivera is starting his stretching routine. 95 miles per hour. And it's 0-2. There's an interesting connection between the man on the mound now and the guy who started the game for the Cubs, Ryan Dempster. As a strikeout starts the inning. For more on that, let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Well, Joe, David Robertson is from Tuscaloosa, which was hit by a tornado on April 27th that left 15,000 people homeless. He and his wife, Erin, visited down there, and they met one of the families that lost everything. And that family had an 8-year-old son named Anthony, and Anthony suffered from DeGeorge syndrome. That's a disease which prevents you from swallowing properly and digesting food. It's the same disease that Ryan Dempster's 2-year-old daughter, Riley, has. So once they got home, Robertson's wife kind of poked around on the internet, and she noticed that Dempster's daughter had this disease. She contacted Dempster's wife, Jenny. And from there, the two families set up a fund, a specific fund, in which you can donate to the care of Anthony as they go forward. To donate, people can visit Robertson's website. It's highsocksforhope.com. That's socks, S-O-C-K-S.
Kenny, thanks. Here is a foul for strike 2 off the batter, Ramirez. High, H-I-G-H, socks for hope. All spelled out.com. All donations tax deductible and 100% go to relief efforts. Here is a 1-2, and the count now 2-2. And there are the High Sox. And it is Robertson's job to try to get this to Mariano Rivera, who has 575 career saves. The 2-2. Nunez throws low, and it's dug out by Teixeira. Nunez is anything but automatic at short. Today's game, presented by Sprint, is sponsored by Jeep and by the makers of new Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of MLB.
There's a big difference between a short hop for a first baseman to handle and an in-between hop. That was an in-between hop handled in backhand fashion by Mark Teixeira. Very difficult play, but handled by the Gold Glover.
The batter is Pena. He has homered once today. That tied the game back in the 4th. We're in the 8th. The breaking ball is in for a strike. But there is a lot of work to do for Eduardo Nunez defensively at short to go with all those tools. He's made one error and has been saved a couple of others by Teixeira over at first here today. Here's the 0-1. Pena, strike 2. Left-handed batters at the start of the game hitting 167 against David Robertson, which can make up for A, the loss of Feliciano, and B, the fact that Boone Logan, the only lefty in the pen, is struggling against left-handed batters this season. Lefty here.
Fastball up.
And a 1-2-3 inning for Robertson. Into the 9th inning we go. At Wrigley. Yankees bat up by 1.
Gout's root cause is high uric acid. If you have gout, high uric acid can lead to more attacks. To help reduce attacks, lower your uric acid. Uloric lowers uric acid levels in adults with gout. It's not for the treatment of high uric acid without a history of gout. Uloric reduces uric acid to help you reach a healthy level.
Don't take Uloric if you are taking azathioprine, mercaptopurine, or theophylline. Gout may flare when starting Uloric. Don't stop taking it. Your doctor may give you other medicines to help prevent flares. A small number of heart attacks, strokes, and heart-related deaths were seen in studies. It's not certain Uloric caused them. Certain tests to check liver function may be required. Tell your doctor about liver or kidney problems or history of heart disease or stroke. The most common side effects are liver problems, nausea, gout flares, joint pain, and rash.
If you have gout, ask your doctor about Uloric.
Because I had a good teacher, I learned about more than cars.
Like responsibility.
Doing things right.
Dad.
Introducing Valvoline Next Gen. Backed by the Valvoline Engine Guarantee Program, it's 50% recycled oil, 100% Valvoline protection.
Burger King created an enticing alliance of brainiacs and carnivores to formulate the BK Stacker, a crave-crushing quotient of beef, bacon, budget, and cheese for a head-slappingly simple 1, 2, 3. The BK Stacker, only at Burger King.
Look at all this stuff for coffee. Oh, there's tons. French presses, espresso tampers, filters. It can get really complicated. Not nearly as complicated as shipping it, though. I mean, shipping is a hassle.
Not with priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service. If it fits, it ships anywhere in the country for a low flat rate.
That is easy. Best news I've heard all day. I'm so amped. I mean, not amped, excited. I mean, that's sort of amped. Really kind of in between.
Have you ever thought about decaf?
You think that'll help?
Yeah.
Priority mail flat rate shipping starts at just $4.95, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
Fox Sports is proud to support Stand Up to Cancer in their work to fund groundbreaking research that helps accelerate treatment to patients. Stand up for someone you love. Visit standuptocancer.org/Fox Sports to learn more. Meanwhile, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge that Major League Baseball and Fox Sports lost a dear friend this week in Laura Ziskin. Laura, a film producer and studio exec. Laura produced Pretty Woman, As Good as It Gets, Spider-Man movies. Laura, who battled breast cancer for 7 years, was the co-founder of Stand Up to Cancer, a charity sponsored by Major League Baseball and Fox Sports. She will be missed, passed away at the age of 61. Alex Rodriguez is first up against Samardzija. And whoever has to go get a fly ball or ground ball in the outfield is going to have to tiptoe through birds to get there.
It's cocktail hour for the Seagulls here in Chicago.
Here is a 1-1. Strike 2 on Rodriguez.
You know, we're kidding about that, but it's got to be disconcerting if you're going after a fly ball and all the Seagulls take off. I mean, you know, which ball do you catch? It's like looking up into the raindrops. Very annoying.
Foul tip. But that said, you have nothing personally against those birds.
No, of course not. No. If you're a pitcher, just try to get the hitter to hit the ball on the ground. That's what you do anyway. Nothing personal, Jim.
Okay.
No.
Just trying to get you off the hook.
No.
Got your free potato skins at the goat restaurant, and now I'm trying to make sure that nobody comes after you protecting seagulls.
Yeah.
Counts 2-2. Rodriguez has had a nice day. Pair of singles, a run scored, a walk, and now a full count. We get the chance. We want to give you video and audio from Ryan Dempster, today's starter of the Cubs. in what was prepared to be potentially a nice tribute to Derek Jeter in his quest for his 3,000th hit. There's strike 3. And Rodriguez is out to start the ninth. Ryan Dempster does a great Harry Carey impersonation.
The best.
Today's starter had this for Jeter from his own Harry Carey archive.
Well, Derek Jeter got stuck on 2.999 going for his 3,000th hit. Heck, I remember when Ernie Banks was going for his milestone. Oh my God, there's the pitch, and it's a base hit to right field, and here comes out the Yankee dugout. Derek Jeter getting mobbed by his teammates. They're giving him the once-over. This is incredible. A great day here. Special day in Yankee history. Derek Jeter, congratulations from Harry Carey and all the baseball fans. Good job. All right. Go Derek. That's awesome. 3,000 hits. That's twice as many as 1,500. That's incredible. Good job. I gotta admit it, you're one of my favorite players I've ever watched. This is awesome. 3,000 hits is something to be proud of. That's right, you should go have yourself a nice steak dinner tonight. Derek Jeter with 3,000 hits. Congratulations, Derek.
Oh.
And then he just looks off to the side. That was all off the top of his head.
That was a one take.
One take.
Unbelievable.
Here is a 1-1 and a foul out of play off the bat of Cano.
Hilarious.
Ryan Dempster is one of the real good guys and one of the real legitimately funny guys.
He is.
In Major League Baseball. And we thank him for doing that.
From Gibson's, British Columbia.
Glasses and all.
Yep.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Cano. 2-2. It hasn't been pretty from Samardzija, but it's been good enough. He walked 2 last inning, got around it by getting 2 of the top hitters in the Yankee lineup, Granderson and Teixeira.
You're right. When he misses, he doesn't just miss. He misses by a wide margin.
Here's a 2-2. And that's a ball into left center field. Will not be caught. A flock of seagulls is moving around the outfield with a 1-out double on Cano. His second double of the game. And a better look from high above. Compliments of DirecTV are down low. As Reed Johnson plucked it out of the ivy for a 1-out double. Here is Nick Swisher. Graybo is ready in the bullpen, but now it's the switch hitter Swisher has been much better right-handed. And then the right-handed hitting Russell Martin. Strike 1. The Cubs in the 9th inning, bottom half, will have the bottom of their lineup. The 0-1. Ball 1. However, Reed Johnson is homered this week. He is due to lead it off. Then Soriano, who has hit 13. Those are the first 2 in the bottom of this 9th. Most likely against Rivera. The 1-1. 2-1. Runner at second, 1 out, 2-1 pitch. Swisher takes ball 3. Swisher looking for a pitch with a 3-1 count, and instead it's ball 4. And even with the right-handed hitting Russell Martin coming up, the left-hander Graybo's coming out of the bullpen after the 3rd walk handed out by Samardzija. We'll go to break and hear the real Harry Carey, the great Hall of Famer, call a home run as we are in the 9th here at Wrigley.
Long drive, way back, it might be, it could be, it is. Holy cow! There it goes, a long drive. If it stays fair, home run.
There are some baseball moments you just never forget.
We have a big 3-2 pitch coming here. Swings and a fly ball to deep right field. This is going to be a home run. Unbelievable.
Chevrolet is proud to be the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and equally proud to support these great baseball moments and the ones still to come.
Look at all this stuff for coffee.
Oh, there's tons. French presses, espresso tampers, filters. It can get really complicated. Not nearly as complicated as shipping it, though. I mean, shipping is a hassle.
Not with priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service. If it fits, it ships anywhere in the country for a low flat rate.
That is easy. Best news I've heard all day. I'm so amped. I mean, not amped, excited. I mean, that's sort of amped. Really kind of in between.
Have you ever thought about decaf?
You think that'll help?
Yeah.
Priority mail flat rate shipping starts at just $4.95, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
0 calories. Maximum Pepsi taste.
Great save, kid. You deserve this.
Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
Introducing the ultimate business phone, the Motorola Expert from Sprint. Its powerful tools help you work faster and smarter so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It lets you access business forms on the go, fire off emails with the QWERTY keypad, and work securely around the world so you can get back to playing Angry Birds. It's the Android-powered phone that mixes business with pleasure. So let's get our work done, America, so we can all get back to playing Angry Birds. The Motorola Expert from Sprint.
Double switch brings Jeff Baker in the game. He's at first. Graybo on the mound to deal with Russell Martin, and ball 1 up and away. Graybo is the 5th pitcher of the day for Chicago. One of 3 left-handers in the bullpen for Mike Quaddy, ball 2. Martin has been on base 3 times with a hit, 2 walks. Yankees have already stranded 12 runners on in this game. And Jeff Baker in the game gives it a look, has a play, 2 out. Yankees are on the verge of going their 3rd straight game without a home run. They scored 12 runs on 18 hits during the week at home against Texas without a home run. And for the team that leads the majors in long balls, they are trying to win a close game here today without riding one out of Wrigley. Right now, it's up to Eduardo Nunez. It'd be the first time this year they've gone 3 straight without a home run. Ball 1 from Graybo. Again in the bottom of the inning against Rivera. It'll be Reed Johnson, Soriano, and Soto. If anybody gets on, Baker. Ball 2.
So far, Graybo has been wild outside to right-handers. He fell behind Russell Martin, 2-0. And now Nunez, 2-0.
And a shot into the gap in left center. Cano scores. Here comes Swisher. Throw home. Out to end the inning. 1 run scores on the hit by Nunez. And Nick Swisher is thrown out on a good relay home.
You continue to fall behind big league hitters, they're going to get you eventually, and that's what Nunez did.
It's a 4-2 game into the bottom of the ninth as the best in the biz, Rivera, will take over.
Hey, Nolan Ryan.
How you doing?
Good. You need some help on your lawn project?
It needs some big league help.
Scott's is the official lawn care company of Major League Baseball. And here at Lowe's, we can show you how to get winning results at home.
I played on a lot of great fields in my day, and I want that same big league look for my lawn.
Excuse me, can I have your autograph, please?
Sure, what's your name?
Actually, his autograph, if you don't mind.
Visit your local Lowe's to cast your MLB All-Star ballot and enter to win a trip to the All-Star Game. Compliments of Scott's.
Go easy on him. He's a legend.
Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, the leader in the largest LCD TVs.
Enormous.
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quatron from Sharp. Introducing our largest LCD TV, the new 70-inch class from Sharp, with 62% more screen area than a 55-inch TV.
Humongous!
Big is too small a word for it. Aqua's Quatron from Sharp.
Now we can watch a newspaper, listen to a magazine, curl up with a movie, and see a phone call. Now we can take a classroom anywhere, hold an entire bookstore, and touch the stars. Because now there's this.
If you subscribe to the crazy notion that the financial goals of a lifetime deserve more than a 10-minute chat.
If you have the nerve to believe your call is important to us, should actually be the truth.
If you believe your financial advisor should listen as much as he speaks.
Join the nearly 7 million investors who think like you do. FaceTime and Think Time make a difference.
Join us.
At Edward Jones, it's how we make sense of investing.
Aerial coverage is provided by DirecTV. To get the most baseball games in HD, call 1-800-DirecTV. Chris Dickerson takes over in right, and he will bat in the number 9 spot. And on the mound is Mariano Rivera. 16 of 19 in save chances this year. And against the National League, the numbers are staggering. Since blowing a save in Game 7 of the 0-1 World Series, Rivera has been 39 of 40 against the National League. And that is a strike that Russell Martin didn't catch. Home plate umpire Sam Holbrook did. Right on the arm.
I think it grazed his mitt. Martin, that is. No, it didn't.
Wow.
He got out of the way and the ball hit the umpire, the home plate umpire Sam Holbrook, right in the right arm. Russell Martin out to talk to Rivera. Now keep in mind, Rivera throws only 1 pitch. He is the least likely pitcher in Major League Baseball to cross up a catcher because he throws 1 pitch. There's no changeup, there's no curve. And yet this ball cut so much that Martin got out of the way of the ball and it hit Sam Holbrook. I have no idea what happened to Russell Martin. Again, 1 pitch, 1 speed, predictable from a catcher standpoint, but the most unpredictable from a hitter standpoint.
The right forearm of the home plate umpire Sam Holbrook immediately black and blue. As you see, 3 for 3 against the Cubs in his career. And that's strike 2. How about Holbrook had enough left to call that pitch, which was a strike even though he got drilled.
Yeah.
And the count 0-2. Trying to save it for A.J. Burnett, who was good. 2 runs on 4 hits, did strike out 8, walked 3. And Reed Johnson fights it off. Talk about Jeter approaching 3,000 hits. He is 6 away on the DL. Rivera is 26 saves shy of the all-time record of 601. Held by Trevor Hoffman, that would tie it. So 27 shy of an all-time record. But when you combine that with what Rivera has done in the postseason, he is the best ever to do his job in big league history. The count's 0-2.